Mona May. Little Miss Mona May. There we go. I don't know why the dashboard needs to be changed every time, but that's fine. I gotta make so many adjustments, Mona, but that's good. It's all done. There. See, now you can lay down. Good Mona. Good Mona. Resume. Oh, pretty Mona. Can I hold your paw? No. Okay, you don't want your paw held. That's okay. That's okay. Can I hold it still? Yeah, no. You don't like that. I think now we're going to the Alabast embassy. Count off? Oh no. 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1 1. Shifu, 99 call-outs, so all 99 members are most likely here and counted for, sir. Most likely? Hey you, yeah you, the second one from my right. Part of the game is where it starts to drag a bit. Interesting. Interesting. I'll have to see how it's starting to drag, because we're in the middle. If there's been, like, beginning, middle, and latter, we're, like, I don't want to say half, we're starting, like, the midway point. So it'll be dragging from this point on. Okay. I can eventually see that doing that, dragging with Lang. Lang is fine, I like his character design, but he can be a bit much. Kinda gotta stick up his ass. I think it's the Interpol. Interpol really does it. Sir, yes, sir. Oh my gosh, by the way, I figured it out. I finally figured it out. I figured out why my hard drive wasn't working. Here, a birthday present for you. What? You have to download the PS5 games onto the PS5, and then you transfer it. You can't directly download it like with the PS4 games. That's where I was getting caught up. So I've just been downloading games ever since I figured that out. Oh, I'm very excited. And then if I want to play it, I have to transfer it back to the PlayStation, but then it takes like 2 minutes to transfer instead of like an hour to download, which is so nice. Let's see, Shifu, I didn't know that you were didn't know that you knew all of our birthdays. What a kind heart you have, Shifu. You are more of a man than I will ever be, sir. Now I just gotta see if I can take my PS4 games from one hard drive and move them to another without having to like do something weird. That'd be the last step to try to consolidate, but as long as I have them on hard drives, I feel pretty solid. So I'm really sorry, but this is not my birthday. Langji says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. See, they really just, I caught you, and the middle was like, I have more to say, and kind of repeats until you get the perfect evidence. Oh, hopefully the puzzles aren't too hard. Hopefully they're really straightforward. Because it'd be really annoying if they weren't straightforward. And it's like, you know, you're sitting there like trying evidence, reloading, trying evidence, reloading, trying evidence, reloading. Because you're like at the last little bit of your meter that you have left. That sucks. I hate that. Especially since it takes forever to load. Let's see. That present isn't for you. It's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday, won't you? How much about their families does he know? This takes place in a political setting. It's hard to just arrest someone. Yeah, you have to be 100%. Like, it's like arresting an ambassador. You might not even be able to arrest an ambassador, but if you don't have concrete video surveillance, 6 eyewitnesses, everyone pointing like this, if this person did it, and even then you might not be able to arrest him, kind of thing. Yes, sir. Shifu, I can't believe you remember that much about each of us. Shifu, I'm so moved that I can't stop crying. And why are they counting up at 1? Wouldn't you count off 1, 2, 3, etc., 99, 100? I should probably leave them to their alone time. Alright, meeting's over. Everyone head for your posts. Can't we just watch episodes of Steel Samurai instead of doing cases? Dismissed, sir! That sounds like a much better time. Oh, another game I also picked up for $5 was What Remains of Edith Finch. I've heard really good things about that game. So I've been able to pick up a lot of really interesting games that I've had my eye on for a bit that have been either on sale or, well, not on sale, but at least I got them. That's good. That's very good. Let's see. Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I got a call from Sheena, and she's already filled me in. It sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention of interrupting your investigation. I sent the request that you grant me permission to investigate the Alabastian embassy. What if I say no? Agent Lang, this man is my subordinate. As I have received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights. Sorry, sis, but it's not quite that simple. Alabast has the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or didn't you know? Interesting, strict immigration regulations. Even among my elite men, About only half of them were admitted into the country. Besides, any more cooks in the kitchen and you might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean. How dare you make such assumptions? Don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Alabast, Miss Von Karma. Ugh. Look, try to understand, okay? Things over in Alabast are a bit of a mess right now. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident in Alabast as well. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. Who could it be? I don't know this person, never mind. Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? I was hoping we'd see more, like, recurring older characters. I was really excited to see, Meekins, Wendy, and, Emma Skye. But that's kind of the only three that we've seen so far. We didn't really see anyone in the prologue, besides technically Gumshoe, but Gumshoe's almost a given when working with Edgeworth. Franziska, of course, also a given when working with Edgeworth. I'd be really upset if I didn't see those two. And there was no one on the plane. And then there was no one... Gosh, what was the next one? It was the office, the plane, and now I'm blanking. It was... Oh, that, see, again, that's where we saw her when it was the amusement park. And then it was in the past where we just saw the judge and then Von Karma. But then Von Karma's like, he's in prison, he's dead, whatever. He's irrelevant. Yeah, again, Edgeworth, we're gonna see Von Karma. I want someone we're not expecting to see as a recurrence. That would be awesome. Let's see, not really, just having a discussion about whether or not to let these guys in. Ambassador Alba, I ask that you please allow these people to join the investigation. Having to, because of my country, I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. Let's see. It is all because I lack the strength to govern well. Please, it's nothing of the sort, Ambassador. You weakling carcass! Curse your frailty and inability to effect change in your country. What are you... The thing is, investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang, and it's my judgment that in order to minimize disruption in the investigation, I should leave everything up to Agent Lang. There, you see? No, no way! Ambassador Alba, I ask you please reconsider letting them into Alabast. What's that? My very own secretary has been murdered in the Babylese embassy, and he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings completely unbeknownst to me, so I asked for your cooperation in our investigation. These are much for the Ukraine. Okay, so one country has like the strictest immigration laws on the planet, and the other country is begging for tourists. Literally the exact wait. Am I crazy? Or does that sound a little bit like the split between North and South Korea? Because I don't think North and South Korea share embassies, but it's like kind of similar concept if they split and now they share an embassy. Same mentality. Okay, wait, let's see. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babel someday. Alright, I get it. Even if you beg Ambassador Alba, I still have to give the final okay anyway. Alright, you hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in. Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babel murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babel. Detective Gumshoe, please take good care of Kay for me. Yes, sir. Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better. I'm going alone with just Franziska. Ooh. Rasp! I hate his sunglasses, by the way. Everything else about Lang is fine. I hate his sunglasses. They're disgusting. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes? So I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady over there, is she who I think she is? That's right. I didn't introduce the two of you yet. Franziska Von Karma, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again. Oh, I knew it! You're the whip lady! You may address me as Miss Von Karma. Miss Von Karma, I leave the investigation of Alabast in your hands. Well, in her whip. Thanks, rest assured I will outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarasu. The smuggling ring, huh? Perhaps I should ask Franziska a bit more about them before I head into Alabast. And I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Poleno for all that he has done for me. Guess we have some conversations we gotta make. No, can we just watch Steel Samurai? Like when you're looking at the concept art, you missed something revealing massive spoilers for the case. Excellent! See, ignorance is great. I didn't know what I was missing. See, there's a flat panel of ECR and a row of Steel Samurai videos on this table. There might be a clue among these. I better check the titles of the video. Some of the things I put myself through for the sake of the for the investigation, of course. It's like me having to stare at Leon Kennedy's abs just to make sure that I get the right culprit. It's critical to the investigation, I assure you. I see what the modders have done to Leon. Those some horny freaks out here. I love it. It's okay. I'm glad you were not hurt, but please refrain from such recklessness, all right? What if you had run into the Yatagara suit? You could have been killed. Sorry to make you worry like that. I'll be more careful from now on. Good girl. It's good to conduct some self-reflection every once in a while. Hehe. It's funny, you know? When I talk with you, Mr. Edgeworth, it's like I'm talking with my father. Is that so? Do I really seem that old to her? Detective Gumshoe, I'm counting on you to keep Kay safe. Yes, sir. You just leave everything to me, sir. And don't worry, I'll take good care of coming for you too. We'll go investigate into the Babbly side of things together. Right, Kay? That's right, Gummy! All I'm missing is the last Stooge. Hi, Stooge! Can I get a kissy? Okay, you get a kissy. You're so good. They're very tired. They had a vet appointment today. You know, to get their like heartworm test and get leptospirosis vaccine. I think that's what it is. So they had a very hard, long day. Yes, you did. And then they went for a walk, so they're extra tired. Are you extra tired, Angel? Wait. Okay. Come here, sausage. Come here. You can do it. You're big. Come on. Come on, you're smart. You can do it. Come on, look at that nice... No, not here. Come on, Medley. No. Okay. Oh. Look at how nice and long that is for a Medley. Oh, yeah. There you go. And you know what? Wait, Medley, wait. There you go. I know that's what you wanted. Let's see. Looks how Gatewater Hotel from A1 and 2 came back according to that sign. Wait. Global Studios. Oh! Gatewater Imperial Hotel! These flyers are from the Gatewater Imperial Hotel. It appears that their business has boomed since the You Can't Steal Samurai sponsor. Shh. Yeah, you just lay down. Shh. You're so tired. Shh. You're so tired. Shh. You made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time. It's truly amazing. Agent Hicks, who help I had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. Agent Hicks. Oh! Totally forgot that was his name. Let's see. There's no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. Aw, you rat. I love how they keep bringing things back. Steel Samurai, Gem and Ninja. Now we got the Iron Infants. Gatewater Hotel. I mean, oh my gosh. This game really knows how to make sure everything becomes kind of important. Even if it's just like a little bit. I mean, I wonder how these countries might come back later. Like, we're playing Apollo Justice, and someone says, man, I really want to go on a vacation to, Borginia. Wouldn't that be great? No. We gotta go to Babel, because they have really great tourism. And I hear they have awesome buffets. Right? Wouldn't that be so fun? Oh my gosh. Let's see. Okay, in spite of that, I believe you were able to obtain some insight into the ring, correct? It was nothing. I simply made some deductions based on the smuggled items I was following. You mean the Babbly's ink? But why are there restrictions on the export of Babbly's ink to begin with? That's classified Interpol info. Francisca? As your subordinate, I'm part of your investigation now. Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was well informed as you? Point taken, very well, I'll fill you in. Recently we discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Zhang Fa. Fucking Zhang Fa, man. It keeps coming back. Counterfeit bills. Yes, as you have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babble's special Babbly's ink. It's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made with Babbly's ink from real ones. Thus, it is only natural for the Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babel. That's where this document comes into play, correct? Correct. Mr. Kochin was smuggling a large amount of Babbly's ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the Babbly's printing equipment. I tell the evidence I need to know that he was the head of the smuggling ring. However, there remains one tiny problem. Let me guess. You still have yet to find the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink. Yes, and while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates. Oh, yeah, we gotta find the plates. Not beeping up. No beeps are enough. Truly. Gotta add the counterfeit bills to the file. As I was saying before, I figured out how to use my hard drive. I'm very excited. I'm gonna download all of my PS5 games. I'm gonna have a lot of work to do, but then they'll all be downloaded, and I can just transfer them from the hard drive, meaning if I need to, like, switch games really quick, it's like 2 seconds. It's like 2 seconds. Instead of having to wait for some of these downloads, which take forever. 2 seconds. I transferred God of War to the hard drive. It took like 10 minutes to transfer versus the time it takes to download it. Spider-Man really disturbed me. Like, I spent $200 to get a hard drive because of Spider-Man. That's literally how this timeline is worked out. Let's see, we're looking into the Alabastion Embassy next. Doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them. Okay, so we're looking for counterfeit merch. See, Ambassador Planel, I'm in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I only ask you, please bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Wow, you're so sensational. You really piqued my curiosity. I know there aren't much, but know that I'm giving them to you wholeheartedly. Not the fucking buffet coupons, please! No, that's quite alright. Oh well, how about this then? Oh, he gave us the ink! What exactly is it? It's fountain pen ink, of course it is. Known as Babbly's ink, it's made exclusively in Babble. So this is Babbly's ink. You know what? That's right. You shouldn't remove the Hoodle shirt. Hoodle is amazing. Hoodle's like 90% of the plot. He's so cute. He's got all of his little hootin' buddies. That's a good shirt. Again, they should have had more. I really love in games, if you have save data for another game and you're playing a separate game, that save data can affect that game by giving you like a shirt or an item or a haircut or something, anything. A mobile background on your like in-game phone, whatever. That's so cool. Games don't really do that as much nowadays, and that's really sad. Because if the game has a hard mode, it's actually fucking hard. Ooh. Hard how? Like, it's a turn-based game, right? It's an RPG. The Digimon Time Strangers, right? It's like supposed to be turn-based. Like, Kojima has pretty much the OG Metal Gear Solid 1. He designed it so that one of the villains will read your memory card and comment on it. That's so cool. Again, we have the technology. We can be doing this stuff all the time, especially through the same companies. Like, if I put in Resident Evil 9, right, into my PlayStation 5, the fact that Leon and Grace don't get extra items, maybe like gun skins or something from the other Resident Evils, maybe you get like, you get like boosts for you have all the save data from all the other Resident Evil games. Here you go, we get you some new outfits. Anything! Come on! It's such a little thing, but it encourages such like an interconnectivity with players and like playing the games on your console. I guess they just assume that you have. But what if you haven't, or what if this is the first time? Like, it just encourages you to do more. And that's so sick. So we make it from the white crystal oil, which is mined through our mineral mines. Please accept this ink. One dip on your fountain pen is this, and you can write for hours in your organizer. How fortunate for me, the ink in my pen just happened to have run out. I gladly accept your gracious gift. We gotta try it out. Great, wonderful. I guarantee you that the writing in your pen, in our ink, is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our fair nation. Talk about cornering the customer along with the market. Let's see. Shall we get going? If you don't figure out Digimon attributes and weaknesses, you're in for a bad time. Okay, so it's really important. You can't just like have a level 90 Blaziken going in Gym 4 and just like wiping the team. It does matter. All right, solid. Good to know. I don't know if I can. It's one thing doing Ghost of Tsushima on hard, because I do a lot of combat and action games. I know nothing about Digimon, and I know nothing about the Digimon attributes and weaknesses. Maybe playing on normal will be enough, because it's so different from Pokemon, I have to relearn an entire subgroup of monsters. It might be better if I just don't, but then that's only because I don't know anything about it. Heck, I wouldn't even feel confident playing Pokemon in Heart. I learned I know too much. See, I played like, technically I played Let's Go, so Gen 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, 8, and a couple Legends, like side stuff. I've played that much generation of Pokemon, and I still couldn't tell you some of their weaknesses. I don't pay attention. The second I stop playing, it falls out of my head immediately, and I never remember it. Like, I think I have a couple of them, and especially the easy ones, where it's like, wow, fire is weak to water. Right, like easy stuff like that, but then, okay, electric is weak to ground. I remember that, because it's like lightning, but that's it. I mean, it's like anything else, fuck if I know. Steel, fire, that'd be it though. I don't know anything else. Weaknesses, again, the fact that Persona shows you most of the weaknesses is so helpful, and Pokemon's been doing that more, but that doesn't mean I remember. Because it's like you have to bring the right Pokemon with you to make sure that you can fight. So if I'm rolling up to the first gym and I got grass, I got a grass Pokemon, and it's like, what's the first gym? Oh, it's the fire gym. I should be fine, right? I said delusionally. Like, even if I was way over leveled, if you bring grass to a firefight, you're in for a bad time. But that's the only ones I remember, like the really, really easy ones. Like, oh, ice is weak to fire, because it's fucking fire. But that's it. If it's not something that'd be realistic in nature, I don't remember it. So it's hard because every Digimon has attributes of data, vaccine, virus, and unknown. However, it's supposed to have elements of like fire, water, ice, metal, earth. Okay, everyone has different attribute weaknesses and element weaknesses. Also, you could hit not their attribute and not their element weakness and do almost no damage. But if you hit both, you're in for like almost a 1K or a one shot. And some guys have a move called reversal that reverses their weaknesses. Yeah, I'm gonna stick to normal for now. Whenever I get to that game, that just seems like the fair and legal way to go about that for someone who knows nothing about Digimon. See, I didn't get permission to enter Alabast, so we're going to go gather whatever info we can over at the Babel East side. Alright, I'm counting on you two. Alright, and I'm counting on you and Miss One Karma to sniff out clues in Alabast. Oh, and Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phone, you let me know, okay? And if you tell me, I'll rush over straight away no matter where you are. I'll let you know when the time comes. Having a boost skeleton with level 3 stabilizer is pretty comical. You fly across the map. I know. I really, really need to replay Death Stranding 2 at some point. I'm hoping maybe since they just ported it to PC, we might still get a director's cut. I don't think so, but I want to wait and see. Hey. Would you look at that? Would you look at that in that corner over there? Doesn't that look like a bent steel samurai spear to anyone else? Just me? It's a sick office. Let's see, No! Powers! What do you think you're doing to my subordinates? Powers? Powers? You're... No! I take it back! I don't want to see reoccurring characters! They can stay in the pit where they belong! The forgotten pit of forgotten characters. No! No! Edgy! Oh, thank the heavens you're here! I'm in a really, really big pickle. You're a large ship. The raven, it appeared, poof, and then disappeared, swoosh. And then, though I am the steel samurai, my sword it. Oh, I'm so confused. I don't know what anything means anymore. Who is this fruitcake? I'm Larry of the House of Butts, married man of Neo Old Tokyo, milady. Now I remember. Oh, I need a hat. I gotta hit him with the milady. Let's see, this person is one of your friends, isn't he, Miles? Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. Hey, what's up with that answer? Your best bud is in a bind, and you act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about here? Our XP farming is nice, you can battle at 5 times speed and auto- Oh, that's nice. I like when they make, like, I don't mind doing grinding if it's not hard. Right, okay. So 5 times speed and auto attacking, you can just like run around, or like Persona 5, when you level up Ryuji to like his, I think it's like 7 or 10 rank, and you could just run in to smaller, weaker enemies in the lower tiers of the metaverse, and just, I hate that it's the metaverse, because then I only think of the Facebook thing. Anyway, you're like running around the lower tiers of the metaverse, attacking stuff that's weaker than you and leveling up, and then you could like keep doing that and doing that, getting mad money, by the way, too. Getting mad money. So it's like the easiest way. Like, I don't mind doing the work. I'll spend 5 hours grinding. Just don't make it mentally taxing. That's all I ask. If you make grinding easy, I will do it with no questions asked. If you make it a pain in the ass, I'm gonna grumble about it and do the bare minimum. Like, Xenoblade's kind of a pain in the ass. It's kind of a huge pain in the ass to grind in that game. Like, sometimes I didn't do it on purpose, but it can be a huge pain in the ass. And I just don't want to do it. I don't want to deal with it. Kind of the same as Pokemon, like leveling up in Pokemon toward the later levels, pain in the ass. Dog, I don't want to do it. I don't want to worry about it. It's, like, but just make it easy. I'm not gonna complain. I don't care if it takes a longer time to do it, as long as it's mentally... If I could just, like, run around and not think about it and just watch TV, perfect. Awesome. Like, I watch a YouTube video and just drive around, go up and down, drive around. I don't have to think. I don't want to have to think when I'm grinding. That's the best kind of grinding, is when you never have to think. See, I actually became a suspect in a murder. I see, that is quite the bind. Like, the most thing you guys should do is, like, if you have multiple classes, let's say a class levels up and you just have to change classes. And then that's it. Like, oh, I leveled up that class I wanted. Great, let me work on the next one. And you just keep going. Like, the actual act of grinding shouldn't be hard. Let's see, now that we're in the last, least bit surprise, yes, I'm pretty much expected this news. For the instant I saw this unlucky face. Where's Will Powers? His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he has been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. They have something called inherited stats. As you train a guy, depending on what you defeat and what Digimon you feed to him, don't question it, sure, you gain a blue stat number. This is a bonus stat amount that passes down through evolutions. Digimon can go backstages on command. So if you aren't in a spot to get a champion Digimon yet, just train up and down the rookies and in training. So don't evolve them until you can evolve them to champion. Is that what I'm understanding? So like, don't even worry about their other levels until you can get to champion, really. Yeah, I think that's what that says. Okay. I'd say, hey, what kind of introduction is that? You're so mean, Edgy. If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down one by one. That was uncalled for. Besides, wait, hold on. Larry! It was you?! You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph?! No! It wasn't Will Powers! No! Oh, you didn't notice earlier? I winked at you through my headpiece. Throw it out. Throw it out. What's going on? Why are you beat red for? Sorry, but can you not speak to me right now? I guess it doesn't really matter. He's still a licensed Steel Samurai. It's like going to like a Sailor Moon concert and the Sailor Moon actress gives you like the Sailor Moon like signature. Yeah, that's not the voice actors for Sailor Moon, but it's still like a Sailor Moon signature. It's still kind of cool to have. Like I have a poster from like the Sailor Moon show, and if I had like all the signatures of all the ladies on it, that's something pretty cool. Like, you know, maybe the actress's name, like, I don't know, that'd be sick enough. Let's see, oh sorry, am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Ah, so this is the incident you mentioned earlier. Mr. Prosecutor, this childhood friend of yours, is our prime suspect. Of what, you ask? Murder! Murder stuck to the embassy. This case is gonna give me a stroke. Steel Samurai. Larry Butts. Master Mask 2? No! What happened to the first guy? And his banging wife. That's a fraud! Only Larry can get himself into yet another mess as fine as this. But no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry is not the type to commit murder. No matter how many times he almost gets committed for murder. So it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune I've struck. I have to prove that Larry Butts is innocent of all wrongdoing. It's pretty hard. We've identified the victim. Good work. We'll take their report now. Agent Lang, would you mind if I took a peek at this as well? What did I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that one is me. So no, you may not take a peek. But Agent Lang! Bad! So get anomaly points, getting these raises your tamer level. You can get champion level, okay, champion's level tamer level 3, which takes a bit. So when you say you have a Koromon, you evolve into an Agumon. Take some time, train the Agumon, go back to being Koromon, train him a few levels, then go back to Agumon or wherever you want to evolve into his next options. This applies permanent bonus that make them stronger than they normally would be. Parent stat system is not explained in this game. Don't you hate that when it's just not explained? I've seen that a few times where they just do not tell you how something is supposed to work, and you're supposed to just, I don't figure it out. That sucks. Okay, so what I'm understanding is work on getting your tamer level up, and just grind back and forth between the two types of like evolution stages to make the later stages even stronger because of inherited stats. That's what I'm understanding. Agent Lang, will you allow an investigator such as myself to take a look? Ah, yes, of course. You let the detective see the file. See, that's another thing that I'm not really... not comfortable with, but, like, I don't know about, is the whole, like, de-evolving. Because Pokemon don't do that. You're just... I guess the worst thing you can worry about is the EVs and IVs, and based on which kind of Pokemon you fight to get certain levels, but I never worry about that. It's not really an issue for me, because I don't play competitive. But then, if you throw in de-evolution in the mix, that's like a whole other section. If I was playing raw, no information, I probably wouldn't de-evolve them that much. I would almost treat it like Pokemon, where then they level up and go to the next evolution, and then that's it. I mean, I guess maybe it's a plot thing to de-evolve them, but if it's like something that you could just do as an option do, I would never use that as a gameplay mechanic, because I just wouldn't think of it. Let's see, you're Detective Bad. Friendly level is quest-based, so just grinding people, okay, so you have to do quests. Basically just quest through those until you get to a certain point, and then you can kind of just go off and do whatever. Got it. You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? So basically focus on tamer level quests as I'm going along. Fancy meeting you here, detective. You weren't expecting me? Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu non-stop. I even pressured Interpol into keeping me in the loop in case the card was ever found. What incredible dedication to the case! Hittabad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well, and his passion for the case hasn't died down in these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, are you going to make an ally out of this prosecutor? The evolutions are nice because you can branch into different guys. Okay. So if you don't want Algorand, you can go back and pick a different guy to evolve into. Run him. Alright, wait. I'm getting called out here. I'm getting called the fuck out. Oh, my dad asked if I'm gonna make a ham for Easter. All I have are these hams. These fat little hams. Run them on. I'm surprised. This looks like a character you would use. It looks like Zerora. Furry bait. Zerora furry bait? Well, that's the first one you thought of. See, my only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If he can get to the bottom of this case, then I'm willing to share info with him. I am in your debt, Detective Bad. Say about the murder of Mask to Mask. Would you be willing to fill me in on the few of the details? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves into the charge of directing things at this crime scene. I can't remember Mask to Mask's real name, I just remember him and what his wife looks like. And put ourselves in charge of directing things at this crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos. Mask to Mask 2, he broke into the embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in this room. So the guys you can find is a pink bird. Pink birds are sick. I'm not really a bird person though with these games. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, detective? I really try to use the birds. Something about them, I can't ever get into the birds. Unless it's like a swablu, like it's not flying. I can't get into flying type as much, or really bird-like things. But if they're a dragon, that's different. I really like swablu. Swablu's cute as fuck. Swablu's awesome. Ooh. I think we need a swablu variant. A swablu variant would be sick. Something regional. Yeah, give me a swablu variant. Let's see, that's Samurai. He was maybe Wind of Waves? I mean, if we're the Wind swablu variants? Ooh. No, I can't get excited. That's so maybe. He was more looking suspicious, but not for the reason you suspect, I assure you. And Swablu's pretty popular, I can see it. See, as you can plainly see, he's completely harmless. Well, it was just a random guess. Oh. Tonight, here at the Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador Alba was going to give a commemorative speech. And that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who had been called to sit in them were empty. A no-show? Who was it that failed to take their seat? The Steel Samurai! Till the speech was to begin, each member of the entire Steel Samurai family was to wait in a separate room. However, for some weird reason, that man was spotted at a different location than his assigned room at that time. Where was he? He was on the roof with one of his legs down a chimney? That chimney leads directly to this room. No, it wasn't! Larry Butts, you really outdone yourself this time. What were you thinking? In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Let's see, there's some weapons on display on this wall. A crossbow, and under that, a set of knives bearing a flower motif. They must be the counterparts to the Babyliss knives, which means that the blades inside these scabbards should match the blades that used to kill Mr. Kochin. What's that plant supposed to be? Francisca, can you see that's supposed to be a likeness of Ambassador Alba? Miles Edgeworth! As a subordinate, you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment next month. You're deluding yourself to think you have any control over that. Let's see, how are they having so many salary assessments all the time? See, Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. They always say next month. See, isn't it awesome? I totally fell for this thing. It's sleek and shiny just like my heart. It comes at you like whoosh. When you hold it, you just want to live life like bam. You do well to match what you say, Larry. Although, just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol for the valor. Aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the sword point toward your opponent? Until you convince the spear is up to the task. What's wrong, Edgy? You're staring up in the distance. Oh, I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the story to make you one, okay? But this one's mine. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I should have shown the piece of evidence. They'll point something out about the spear. Larry, about this spear. Oh, are you feeling it? Bam! Thought there was something strange about this spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way! It's exactly as it should be, yo! I have here the autograph you wrote for me earlier. Now take a good look at which you drew with your own hands. You can see the spear is clearly from a different shape. Ah! I like his little Steel Samurai drawing. It's pretty funny. What do you have to say about that? I'm sorry! When I hold this spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful. And then during practice, I was spinning it around and around, and bam, I hit the wall! Unbelievable! This is an embassy! But I've always been like that, ever since I was a kid. One time on an overnight field trip, I brought a fake sword and played with it late that night. I was just a useless hot-blooded man. Larry, clarify that for me, will you? Okay, so I was on some field trip and I began to shadow fight with myself. No, not that. I meant what you said earlier about spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Oh, that. Still big. It's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not what I'm asking, Larry. Samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that move was simple as spinning it would have caused it to bend. Man, Edgeworth, you're so naive. What? Where did that come from? They keep calling it the Samurai Spear. It's not real. You can't really fight someone with it. Because it's hollow from the inside. You could hit it against practically anything, and it would bend. That's so. Don't tell me you thought it was real. But you don't take it the wrong way. I just think that part of your personality is cute. I see your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. That's not friendship. It's utter humiliation. I wonder why there are no whips on display here. Oh, Francisca. I can spot absolutely no difference between this primitive statue and Babel's. The statue face looks a bit like the costume hero you like so very much. I only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face. Statue wasn't made in America, you know. At least I don't suppose so. The knives and the flowers are displayed here. I suspect that these are the counterparts to the Babyliss knife. The blades of these knives should match the blade of the knife that killed Koshin. We check. What? One of the knives is missing its blade! See the two pieces of the blade handle fit with each other? Of course they do. Crossbows are super neat. Wish me luck started the second save file for Wilder and they lock you in the dip you can't change. Ooh, good luck. That's not gonna be fun. You can't change. Hopefully you can start out nice and cool, right? Nice and chill. Although I guess the first real area is filled with, isn't it filled with bots? It's filled with those like, red guys. The first area I remember being a huge pain in the ass. I did not want to deal with it. It sucked. I mean, there are some areas that weren't so bad, but it's just because they bottleneck you. You have to go through it. There's no way to sneak. Or there's no easy way to sneak. It would appear that they fit together quite well, almost seamlessly. Then that means that the Alabasti knife did find its way into Babel. But how? There was the exact same statue sitting in the Babelese office we examined. Primitive statue. It's the national treasure of the Principality of Codopia. There's only one of these statues, being the one of the two is a replica. But both Alabast and Babel claim to have the real thing. What an incredibly childish fight to have. I won't rest. Kind of part of the Babelese flower is the Alabastine butter. No, the butter from the flower, they're both lovely things. But can we interpret this to mean that Alabast provides honey to Babel? Princess, can you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment? Well, then let's hear what sort of profound comment you came up with. Well, flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen, and butterflies cannot live without the nectar that flowers provide. If either of them were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long that I nearly fell asleep. Well, let's continue the investigation. So why can't you just admit I had something there? They're so, like, bickery toward each other. They really do kind of feel like siblings. It's a primitive statue. There's one of these on the Babelese side as well. I hear it's very valuable, made of pure gold. It was a national treasure of Codopia. Only one of these, meaning the other two is a replica. But both Alabast and Babel claim to have the real one. Yeah, we know. Okay, we did look at that. Check the window. The two gorgeous flowers are in bloom here. I'm sure flowers are lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name. Wow, Edgeworth, what are you doing? I should hardly think passion flowers are all that rare. Passion flowers? That's a rare, rather unusual name. It was named by a priest in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ? As if they say, you learn something every day. Okay. They're a very unique flower, but I don't know about passion. Must be Ambassador Alba's desk. His notebook is on the desk. He must have been in the middle of some important work. Sapling growth log. It finally sprouted today. But it doesn't look like important work to me. He has a hobby. Firelights, by the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently. Yes, I can't say that I see anything unusual about it. Okay, what about this one? Oh, a side view. The person shaking hands with the steel samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. And you can only see two knives in the picture, too. But, oh wait, no! The statue was changed! It was looking the other way. It was looking off to the left. Now it's staring straight on. Someone moved it. The person shaking hands with the steel samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba. This was taken before the murder. Steel samurai must be very popular. They're using the national treasure as a backdrop. I don't understand what exactly is so great about a top knot here. Clearly there is depth to the show that a young person like you can't fathom. Speaking of young people, are young children the target audience of the show of costume actors? Ah, you got me there, Francisca. No, not you. Yeah, see, they're different now. There's a few things I need to ask you about. Let's see. Hey, how about that? I've got a few things I've got to ask you too. What is it? It's like both you and him. How is it that the two of you always manage to have some cute hot girl by your side? And Franny, what about the promise you made to me? No. I mean, that's true. Phoenix does somehow always have someone next to him. You got Maya, you got Pearly, you got Emma Sky. He always has someone cute hanging out with him. What is it about Phoenix and what is it about Edgeworth that they always find cute girls to hang out with? Promise, what promise? The one where you said you would model for my next book. Franny's whip. Ah! They didn't forget! I made no such promise! Ever since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers. As I recall, aren't you calling yourself Lawrence Doman now? It's Doman? Lawrence Doman? Get that straight in your head, Edgy! Ow! Now I remember. You're that rude pale imitation of a real artist. Okay, so yeah, This is after the third game. Okay, good to know. No, you've got it all wrong. I gave up on that whole Lawrence business. Besides, when Bangelina left me and my heart in pieces. Wait. Bangelina? I can't believe someone typed that out in a video game, published it at the same company that makes Resident Evil. Could have a stroke. Me and Bangelina are gonna have a stroke. That's when Mindy walked into my life. She's been so good to me that I wanted to help her some way. I think I could throw the Steel Samurai outfit. Your name Blathering makes less and less sense each time we meet. I believe he's saying that he picked up this part-time job as a Steel Samurai so that he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess. How does he know who Mindy was? You got it. I knew you'd know what I meant, Edgy. Not really. It's not so much that I understood. But a simple Dutch makes an unusual modus operandi, Larry. And because he knows who Mindy is. Because I never said Mindy was the Pink Princess. He supplied that information himself. Here, I can confess right now to everything you did tonight. Confess? Hey! Don't tell me you suspect me too! Nonsense! I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder. However, we were talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened. Our past experience has taught me that you always are always at a center of some insane event. Edgy, how can you be so mean? Stab me with your words like that. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart to this time. Hey! Oh my gosh! The callbacks! The references! This is crazy work! Someone who knows as intimately almost all the other Phoenix Wright stuff that we know. Two of them talking back to shared history! How can we get this? But I can't get Veilguard to actually work right and have this if Veilguard had this level of connectivity, I would be dying. This many references, this many offshoots, oh my gosh. The consistency of character. I'm dead. I'm dead. Okay, I get it. Just stop Franny from whipping me from behind. So I guess you know what I did, right, Edgy? I can't even begin to imagine. However, I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination. So you will tell me exactly what you did, Larry. Nope, not yet, Edgy. I'll take more than that to loosen my lips. A lot more! Confess now! Okay, well, I was up on the roof. He was up, but that's confirmed? And what exactly were you up there for? Oh, you know that wintry custom legendary hero? Legendary hero? Santa Claus! Santa Claus. I want to do the thing where he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. When I got there, there was smoke pouring out of the chimney. He wanted to be Santa? And, well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke coming up, right? So I gave up. Larry, you do realize Santa Claus does not exist, right? Of course I know! I did graduate from junior high, you know. And you should also understand this. If Santa were real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history. Aw, crud. It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you in this prime suspect as his murderer. Come on, man. What's wrong with pretending to be Santa? Maybe at your own house. Let's start with the fact that it'll be the idea of March in the Ides of March in a matter of hours. Santa only visits homes on December 24th? That's in December, you nitwits. No! Wait a sec. We're not in court. We're not in court. Let's see. It's crazy. Oh, it's Steel Samurai. I'm going to answer this for me, Larry, and depending on the answer, I may let you live. Steel Samurai that was up there on that stage, was that really you? Yep, sure was. Larry! You! Steel Samurai, sushi, slash! And he glazed it so hard. I was moved by that performance of this man. This completely useless, worthless bum. I fear I may never recover from this. See, hey, that's an official Steel Samurai weapon. Huh, what? You want me to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fans ask that of me. What are you prattling on about now? Steel Samurai Sushi Slash! How was that? I bet it sent shivers up your spine. Ah! I let myself get caught up in being a spectator. How could I have failed myself? Oh my gosh. Let's go talk to someone else. You did some investigating over at the Babbly's embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Langji said a wolf aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is, he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. A real wolf can catch both. I see. So what you're trying to say is, seeing how as I'm currently handling 2 cases, see yourself, but don't say I didn't warn you. So this is the victim, Master Mask 2. What is with this gaudy outfit? You don't know about Master Mask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace. A few months ago?! So the thief was separate from the Yadigo. So there's not like directly after 3. Almost immediately. Larry save vibes as Carl! Larry! Carl! Let's see. So this thief is separate from the Yadigar. So I really like how the guy got like really high. Carl! Or no, not that. It's like so desperate that Carl! The desperation! Kind of like Rick. Carl! Like he's really intense about it. I love it. They discovered a completely new thing in DS2? From Wilder? What's the new thing? Wait, new? Since DS2 has day and night, you can sleep while resting changes in time, compared to one where it's just used to go AFK. If you sleep while resting, compared to one where it's just... Oh, okay. DS2 has so much about it, and it's like all these like really helpful things that, you know, maybe they don't really necessarily tell you about, but if you discover, you realize it's such a nice way to play the game. Like, you can discover so many different elements to this game. They're so deep. The shelter change time. Didn't know you could do it while resting in the field. Right, I didn't know you could do it while resting in the field either. That's nice. The shelters for sure, I guess because shelters felt safe. But I mean, especially if you go under one of those like portable, like, the portable rest stops. The little timefall shelters. Without going in, like the... Yeah, I think no, they're not called shelters. Like one of the timefall stands that you put cars under. That's so sick. Let's see. I thought they were for a while because their ammo and targets were different. Master Mask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy in his signature. Gumshoe was in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about Damask. That's right. All I'd probably hear about are tales of his failure anyway. You haven't changed a bit, I see. In any case, let's get started here, shall we? This is the murder weapon in this case. There's blood on the blade. It's a rather sweeping sword, isn't it? See, what do you expect? It's the Steel Samurai's daddy's secondary weapon. I only call it a secondary because although he uses his sword in most of his battles, it's a trusty Steel Samurai spear that he turns to in a real fight. You sure know quite a bit about the Steel Samurai. That's only because I saw the stage show earlier. The owner of this sword is- No, it's because you know! Or in other words, Larry, I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. I suppose it's the wrapping cloth Damask was using to carry his stolen goods. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever he was out to steal. There's not a single shred of fashion sense in Master Mask's costume. Well, at least I can appreciate the great effort he put into making it. You don't know? You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. It's being sold? Since when? Since around New Year's. The streets are practically flooded with them. Turns out Damask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be. I can't believe that foolish fool would dress in foolish clothing to act so foolishly. You got your point there. 3 foolishes back, Francisca. I thought that Master Mask had quit the business. This guy, he's just a copycat using the name, a phony successor. He's just another petty thief. His real identity is an out-of-work guy by the name of Kai-Shi No. He's 29 and wanted on larceny charges. His clothes and what he carries We determined that this guy is the real Master Mass too. Cause of death is the loss of blood from the back of his head. It seems he was struck with something very hard. In other words, he was bludgeoned to death. What is he holding? It looks like a piece of paper from a notepad. It appeared the directions on how to reach this room are written by hand. Something written on the back of this as well. I'd like you to steal the Permudu statue in this room. What is that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to someone like that? I had to guess from the text. I would say this is the actual request from someone about what to steal. Just who is the person that requested the theft of the Permudu statue? Let's go talk to Larry. Oh my gosh, why? I don't know if it's something about this game or what, it's stressing me out. Why is it stuttering? It was totally fine up until like the last case. They wrote the steel samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon. Oh, that. Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know? Yes, apparently you did. Well, I totally forgot about it and left it behind when I left afterwards. You want to talk about shock? I was the most shocked of all when I heard it killed somebody. Maybe it's that. Shocked! Foolish fool, looking especially foolish for foolish just take such a foolish excuse. If you're going to take something that big with you, who would believe such a tale? I would. Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I believe him. Because anyone could forget something like that, it would be Larry. MG, you believe me. I just knew that our friendship is something special. Anyway, even if Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Because you could have come back and killed him with it. Which means that I'll have to prove that his innocence from a different angle. Actually, it almost doesn't prove it more because if you left it behind so they can come back for it to kill somebody. Hey, that's official steel samurai weapon. Huh, what? You want me to do it? Oh, no. Steel samurai suit. Yeah, he already did this. Permanent statue. The statue of the founder, Kadofia Primi Do. Because of this national treasure, I heard that the only a few are allowed access to it. That's exactly right, even we're not allowed to touch it. Not without the ambassador's permission anyway. If you lay me a single finger at bam, it's instant jail time. Understood? So it's that precious of a national treasure that a single touch can lead to arrest. Yet I sense that there is something off about the statue. What's the source of this unease I feel? It's only just arrived in this room myself, which is why we need to investigate some more. Yes, I agree. Our priority should be understanding what the current situation is. Of course, I was planning to do it from the very beginning. In that case, hurry up and start the investigation already. I will, so let's get started. Miss Von Karma, what do you think of this piece of evidence? No. Counterfeits are made using basil ink, that is. The smuggling ring that I've been chasing is the group behind the whole operation. But mark my words, no one involved in this case will escape my whip. They will know pain. Ah! What am I getting whipped for? Recently, incredibly well-forged counterfeit bills have been coming out of Zhangfa. Counterfeits made using Babley's ink, that is. The smuggling ring that I've been chasing is the group behind the whole operation. But mark my words, no one involved in this will escape my whip. Yeah. No matter how you try, you will never be necessity to our Shifu's investigation. It's not a fact, but no matter how good he is bound to overlook something. If you insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished. Oh, and how exactly would you punish us? Every investigator under Shifu's command will work to disrupt your investigation. Vindictive much? No. Counterpart to the Babley's flower is the Alabastine, or Babley's butterfly is the Alabastine flower. The butterfly and flower, they're both lovely things. Yeah, no, they're just saying the same thing again. Yeah, the same thing again, never mind. Hmm. Grandfather clock just like this one earlier at the Babylonia embassy. You know, symmetry is a fine thing, but their interior does not really suffer for it. Really, I think this clock actually fits the core of this room quite well. So it would just suit the all-natural atmosphere in this room. Its design and the materials is made and strikes a good balance with the plants. Hey, you two. Now's the time you talk about interior decorating, you know. Hurry up and save me! Let's see. Okay, just talking about plants. Hmm. We have to— oh, yes, we can deduce! We can deduce! Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd about the scene, Miss Von Karma. You apparently, the apparent joy in the ambassador's face as he shakes the top knot's head. That's not it. I was trying to point out the statue in the photo is facing a different way. You're right. The statue is a national treasure. As such, only an ambassador or a secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact that the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now is facing a different direction in this preserved crime scene, is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's... The Pink Princess? How are you feeling? Still feeling ill? The Pink Princess. Yeah, another strange character comes out of the woodwork. And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay the Alabastian Embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well. Oh my gosh. The Pink Princess! Miss Pink Princess, I have a few questions I'd like to ask you. I had a very bad feeling as she was going to remove the head. I had a very, very bad feeling. I don't like that my feeling was correct. Hey, that's supposed to be what they call fate! How could this happen 2 days in a row? What the? Aren't you Miss Holdberg? Why are you so surprised? Oh, so you're the one that they got to play the Steel Samurai. That's too bad I didn't realize that until now. Your acquaintances with Larry? Well, yes, we worked at the same company for a little while, you know. So it's okay, my itchy poo. You don't need to be jealous. No! This is the next dream, you know, trying to get in some beauty sleep. But it was so nice that I couldn't fall asleep. So I came over to complain. I was like, maybe it's the Pink Princess. Maybe she's the murderer. No. We know it's not her. 110% it's not her. So imagine my shock when I saw my precious Edgy Poo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, Edgy Poo. You misjudged him? I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know? There was no misjudgment on your part. That's precisely what I was trying to do. But it looks like the winds have shifted and now he's willing to be chased after. Literally overwhelmed. Don't you worry, Edgy Poo. I'll chase you forever. To the ends of the earth. No! Isn't that just peachy? This is one of those rare times when Princess and I actually see eye to eye. I'm terrified. For Edgeworth's sake. Now then. What are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewater Land as the Pink Badger. Oh, what are you talking about? That was ages ago! That was yesterday! That was yesterday! Like, I worked at Global Studios before a long time ago, right? Well, they called me up this morning. Kind of out of the blue, actually. Did you learn this choreography, like, in a day? They called it for an ambassadorial event. It's called Day of. They called you. Really, the girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. It happened so suddenly that they called me in her last-minute replacement. Did they not have enough people on staff at the studio? I really couldn't say no, so here I am playing the role of the heroine. Instead of the mini girl, I mean. But the poor girl, I feel bad for her. Because they let me stand up. So she fucked it up! Wait! I barely caught any of that, but it looks like she goofed. You're rather lively, old woman. So basically you received the standard request this morning, correct? You got it. If you need to see it, I've got it right here, look. Feels that she is telling the truth. Request for Miss Oldback to stand in for Minnie, the pink princess actress who fell ill. I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears. Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall. Okay, no, she just winged it. But being famous has its problems, too. You know, here, take a look at this. It's a letter from thy stalker. Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving Knight? It was just taking my break when I found this stuck under the door of my room. Honestly, you really have to watch out for these kinds of things. Look what it says, Wendy. I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your lovely Knight. How absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think he can get my name right. There's no accent in my name. Wait, this horrible handwriting. Where have I seen this before? But now that you're here, Edgy Poo, I feel 100% safe. Where do I factor into this? You'd bust that evil stalker man for my sake, wouldn't you, Edgy Poo? Well, if you allow me the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'll gladly dispatch a detective to your house later. Oh, come on, Edgy Poo. Stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get. Ooh. Wait. Okay, so that's not Larry's handwriting. Dang, I was trying to see if we had something that looked similar to that handwriting, but we don't really have a lot of handwriting samples. So, I don't know what he's talking about, that he's seen that somewhere before, because I'm not seeing it anywhere here. Time of the murder. What were you doing at the time of the crime? What crime? What? After the show was over, I've had nothing but free time on my hands, so I used the fireplace in the room next door to keep my bad hip warm. Well, a murder occurred in this room, in the room right next to yours. Is that right? Oh, Edgy Poo, I'm so scared. Hold me, caress me. Hold it. If you please not to cling to my personage? To his personage. In any case, I take it then that you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech. Oh, no, I didn't go. I mean, I may have been the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refused to cooperate at times. As soon as the show ended, my hips started acting up and got stiff. I couldn't move at all. Can you prove of the condition? Oh, you just go ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carry me from the theater all the way to the embassy. I have to admit, the thought of her being able to leave the room is rather pleasant. Dougie! Prosecutor Von Karma, I brought the police dog as you requested, sir. Good work. You may leave now, officer. This dog. I requested the assistance of the dog in our search for the Yatagarasu. Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Hey, you're a cutie, aren't you? Yeah, that's a good boy! That's the police dog Gumshoes, but yeah, it's the Gumshoe dog! I knew it! I think his name is Missile! My boy Missile! What if I name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks? That action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve this case for us, you know? Missile! Not Missile. I want you to find some clues. Go! Woof. Good Missile. Got right to work? Hard evidence? Good dog. You're really okay, Brent, aren't you? Unlike a certain someone I know. What do we have here? What is this? It looks like a small hot dog, but... Wait, Francesca, isn't that an official samurai dog? Grr. Oh no, bad Missile. He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that. It's just a meat substance snack featuring the Steel Samurai. I'm sure we'll be fine. It's quite a bit of information we gathered there in a single quick glance. We should be focused on why there was a samurai dog here in the first place. Looks like the snack that Missile wasn't, that snack wasn't all that Missile found. Oh, what do we have here? Appears to be a lady's undershirt? I wonder if Ambassador Album might have an interest in cross-dressing. I somehow doubt that. It doesn't look like this shirt would even fit him. A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Given the circumstance, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. I suppose I should give this over and ask out the owner of said undershirt about it. There's only, I like how they said there's only one possible person you can ask. There's only one person. You have to ask them. You don't have a fucking choice. Do it, you coward. You could please take a look at this brown-colored undershirt. Oh, Edgy Poo, what is the meaning of this? Why did you steal that thing from my bags? All you had to do was ask, and I would have gladly given you as many as you'd like. Thanks, but no thanks. The shirt was found here at the crime scene. What? Come now, why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here? I know nothing I tell you. What? Oh, I meant that I used the fireplace to dry that shirt, but I can't really help the fact that I had to, you know? Wearing the pink princess costume is like being in a sauna. On top of that, I get fingered as a suspect? You're too cruel, Edgy Poo. Are you claiming that you never once set foot inside this room? Of course I am. If I had been the one to find the body, do you really think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? I tell you, oh, okay, she's going off again. Yep. Yep. Well, I don't believe she's lying about her actions. Did they swap rooms or something? So I can safely assume she really was drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. Some of the other shirt managed to move from the next room to this one. I assume the samurai dog is also yours? Ah, that brilliant mind of yours. You can really see through everything about me. The feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details. Samurai dog was yours, wasn't it? Oh, of course, I'm forever yours, my edgy poo. If you could just stick to what I asked you. Edgy, are you and Miss Old Duck? It's so bad that Larry is asking about it. Holy shit. She needs to calm down. No! You really haven't changed, do you? Want you to learn how to take a joke. Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. Those things are a present from the studio to the embassy. A present? Studio Biggest basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them all. The studio guys should have delivered those things by themselves, right, Edgy? So did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy staff as per your instructions? Hey, Edgy, just don't ignore me and my question. Are you gonna stick up for me? Ah, that's see. After the show, I went to rest Esfel in the dressing room because of my bad hip, you know. And there they were. The samurai dogs were just sitting on the dressing room floor. I suppose you had to make preparations for the distributing them after the show. Well, if by preparation you mean sampling them myself. I tried one and thought they were actually quite good. Sorry, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly of me to think this, but I figured that since they're for a kid's show, their taste was probably for kids too. But they were so good, I couldn't stop! Before I went back to my room, I just had to help myself to half-dozen or so boxes?! Wait, how many hot dogs did she eat? As I sat there by the roaring fire, warming them and eating them, I thought, ah, this is... what is it now? Oh, I know. I bet you want a box too, don't you, my edgy poo? Well, who might say no to you? But I'll only give you one. The rest are all for me. She's gonna eat them all! This is the lesson for today is when the Steel Samurai and the Pink Princess take off their masks, they turn into a pair of annoying troublemakers. She was eating all of them? Let's see. See, there's no trace of this room's fireplace being used. And your point is? Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to this fireplace. At least according to Larry. This is a contradiction of the facts, is it not? Are you sure he wasn't just disoriented or something up on that roof? There is testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney. So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went? Ah, I see. So what you're proposing is this. The smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldbag's fire. So basically, the fireplace in the neighboring rooms share one chimney. Is that what you're implying? Precisely. The office fireplace and the one in Miss Oldbag's room share the same chimney. The lady's undershirt that Miss L found. Ugh. What are you getting all excited about over holding onto a lady's undergarment? Miles Edgeworth, you uncouth sea slug? If you know the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return it to her already. You have it all wrong. This is evidence. And the other this piece of evidence was in the room next door. And despite that, Miss L found it in the fireplace in this room. This lady's undershirt. Are you seriously claiming that it somehow passed through a solid brick wall? Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney. The other fireplace in the other room is also connected to the same chimney. The possibility that the two fireplaces are connected to each other. Perhaps our focus looking at the back of the fireplace is in order. There's an X on the back of the wall on the fireplace. Let's see if I can get a better look at it. What in the— oh! The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, this fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighboring room. The neighboring room? There appears to be nothing really particular about the room next door, but the fact that there is nothing special about the room next door is what's important. It's the fact that there is a secret passageway through the room's fireplace. So we know how we got in. Let's see, we know now the fireplace connects the two rooms. But how exactly is that significant? You aren't going to suddenly name the old lady as Master Killer, are you? No, she couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she could not have been the one. Unfortunately, I believe that this fireplace was nothing whatsoever to do with Master murder. No, I think it's going to be important somehow. It appears that the answer has made itself known. Making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Bring it on. I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well then. If you are prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have led me. Good, I'm counting on you, Edgy. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your lie for what it really is. My lie? I know that there is still something you're keeping from the rest of us. What's wrong with you? Why is it you won't believe me no matter what I say, Edgy? Curse you. I should just hurry up and die already if that's how it's gonna be. I'll confess to every murder in the whole world and then kill myself. And throw everything into mass confusion. You made some wonderful friends as a child, I see. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make that face at me, it's no use. A man who is ready to die is strong-willed, you know. Larry, it doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask you not lie to me. If you cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Gee. Although, allow me to say that I'm considering you just being innocent in this case, and that I'll draw the real killer out. You can trust me on this. Alright, this time I'll tell you the whole truth, okay? What happened, what didn't happen, the works. Just what happened will do. Now then, if you would please testify as to what you did up on the roof tonight. Testify. After the show, I left the pushcart in the rose garden and came into the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, and until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered about. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that is a rare thing, you know? So then I wanted to play Santa and decided to give it a try. There, I thought I just finished telling you not to lie anymore. But it's kinda ultra embarrassing. And what exactly is so ultra embarrassing that you can't tell me? Edgy man, I just said it was embarrassing, so of course I just can't blurt it out. So you're gonna have to reason it out of me! As your superior, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I have every intention to, for I'm not about to let us waste time on such a trifling matter. Okay.
Hold it.
Which, this is Jesus. This is what I look like. I don't have any deal with both Wendy and Larry on the same case. This is true horror. This is pain. This is tormenting. I should hardly think that chimneys are that rare. Agree, especially since they are a traditional feature of American houses. Plus, many grand buildings have even larger and fancier chimneys. Yeah, but the kind of chimney I'm talking about is the really romantic type. A romantic chimney? I might sound kind of silly, but women seem to really enjoy them. And I just had a feeling about that chimney. Oh, he was trying to get into his room like a creep.
Hold it.
You suddenly wanted to play Santa. Oh, well, actually, I dressed up as Santa once before already. That was that Gourd Lake. Yeah, I remember Gourd Lake. I'd appreciate if you wouldn't dredge up such unnecessary memories for me. Oh yeah, that's where he almost got committed for murder. I forgot that's the murder case! Where he dressed as Santa. It sounds like you guys share a lot of history. A perk of being childhood friends, huh? Besides, it's not a felony to dress up and play some Santa, you know? Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney, after all. Actually, it is worth delving into whether or not playing Santa is a big deal. Raise an objection? Actually, I believe in the case of this man, playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. Are you saying that your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa-quality stuff? Precisely. You hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Hey, Aggie, that's so incredibly mean! Tell me something, Larry. You know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know that. I did just graduate from junior high, you know. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I mean, tell me to whom you were delivering a present to. I was, delivering a present to a child, not basking in the warm glow of love.
Objection.
That must be the most elegant description of you I had ever heard, but a lie still a lie. You should know how to kick a guy when he's down, you know that? He's the person you wish to deliver a present to under the tree was certainly...
Take that.
Interesting taste you have there, Mr. Suspect. Don't spread lies about me. I totally didn't want to see Miss Oldbag so much that I'd try to go down a chimney. Ow! I advise you to stop right there in your bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that I myself hardly ever have the want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Then what? If I had a wrong impression, I simply mean the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one very important fact. And the fact is best summarized with this.
Take that.
Larry, I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence. No way! But... Oh... I goofed it. Dang it! Okay, yeah, no, dang it. Oh, that was wrong. Oh, it's this! Yeah! This is something the old lady received from her employer for the night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess. Mindy, was it again? I knew it! I just had it wrong a little bit. Okay. It seems that the man is quite taken with that actress. But that's not true, Edgy! She's the one with the hots for me! I just know it! I could feel her sexy beam piercing my heart when she's watching me. Sexy beam, I tell ya! You filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiot, cowardly apparition of a man! You haven't matured at all since we last met. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes? This guy, he's got bigger problems than just getting involved in murder, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way. Hey, what the heck, man? I don't get you guys at all. Why do y'all have to make me out to be some sort of bad guy? Return to the original topic, I suppose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess room. That much we know for sure. Yeah! Hey, Edgy, looks like I've got the hang of this court thing now. But we're not in court at the moment. Shut up! I see what's going on here, and it looks just like what you do in court. I guess Old Warrior still has something he'd like to say. Lang Ji says, until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything is out in the open, which is why I'll listen. Alright, then get ready to listen to me defend Edgy in a battle of wits. Larry, have you forgotten that should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest? Oh my, I really desperately so need them to get Professor Layton on Switch, and then give me the Professor Layton Phoenix Wright crossover so I can play all the Phoenix Wright that I physically can. Please? So you think that all I wanted to do was to go visit Mindy? Well, I dressed up as Santa and climbed up to the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. Then to top it all off, I became a suspect in a murder. That's what you really meant. But why would I ever put myself through so much humiliation on purpose? Oh, I got him. I got him! Hey, someone say something! Larry, are you essentially trying to submit this, not as a confession, but as a testimony? What if I am? Is there something wrong with that? A claim is a claim is a claim is a claim. You have a problem with that? So it was you! You're my stalker! But I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw at me. The amount of edgy poo if you took a shot would kill you. I'm so inspired. Such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I thought I heard something ominous just now, but perhaps it's just my imagination. I believe there's nothing further for me to prove at this point. What do you mean? Of course you still got something to prove. You still have to show some proof that I was trying to meet up with Mindy. Proof, you say? Remember, Edgy? Something is evident. Everything is evidence in court, right? You mean evidence is everything in court, Larry, but I understand your point. Yeah, see, I'm totally a pro at this now. Very well, if you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see. We got it. No, just let me present it. I got it. I don't even have to. Not on anything. Okay, we're not even gonna press. I got him on the ropes.
Objection!
See? Thunder. Larry, don't even think about denying that you have knowledge of this letter. Hey. Hey! Why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight. Your loving knight. Wasn't that just romantic? But you weren't able to descend on her from above, were you, Mr. Loving Knight? Ugh! I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing. You can pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. This letter proves that you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit.
Take that!
There, I should take a penmanship lesson. That is, if you never wish to experience this level of embarrassment ever again. What the heck? What are you talking about? Speak English. You wrote Mindy so sloppily that it became Wendy to the average eye. Hey, hey, stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing! There. Isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best, aren't they? For punching. But that'll have to wait until we're off this crime scene. Eek! Edgy, save me from the scary man! Here, if you're willing to make some amends, start with your incredibly embarrassing mistake. That wasn't me. Come again. It's a fake! Someone's out to get me, so they made that fake letter. To set me up! Accept your defeat graciously. But you guys are being so mean. Now we got evidence. Penmanship analysis. What? No matter who, all people have certain unique features in their handwriting. Ergo, we all have to do is compare the handwriting to this letter to a sample of yours. And we'll know soon enough who it was that sent this letter. I'll never write another thing in my life. It's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. For you have already graciously provided me with a sample of your handwriting. This autograph in our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our questions soon enough. Look at him sweat! Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry! I did it. I was causing trouble again. I admit it. You hit the nail right on the head. Edgy. So he finally confesses. I saw the pink princess being carried around in a stretcher and got worried, alright? I wanted to go into Minnie's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice did I have? It was the chimney or bust, Edgy. Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination. At least I was honest and wrote Minnie a letter and stuck under her door. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when I came down through the chimney. Except for the fact the letter was an utter failure at conveying said sentiment. I'm really, really sorry. Larry, you may be a shameful, good-for-nothing blight in the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer. I told you to trust me. Because at the very least, I can attest to that about you. Edgy, we lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ow! In any case, I believe we can say that we know now exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Butts sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of an elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Although I still find it a bit unbelievable that the two of you are friends. Well, the suspicion of this guy's over there isn't completely resolved yet, so don't get any funny ideas about running off. Oh, wait, what? Edgy, what does the Wolfman mean when he says, I'm not off the hook yet? He can use the murder weapon. Larry, did you forget? There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. We can only rely on the words of the suspect after all. We may have figured out where he was and what he was doing all night. But the bloodstained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As long as there are no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bites. Eek! Edgy, that guy! He looks like he's seriously about to take a bite out of me. I'm well aware, and you should be as well, that this upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of our lovely bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand and a sweet trump card. It looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you got. I can easily point out the contradiction in the supposed murder weapon. The real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. This is one game I can't afford to lose. See, I was the one who found the body of the victim mask to mask. Besides him was a steel samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. It was supposed to be the steel samurai's dressing room, but I found it here instead. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, Larry Butts, in here too. Wait, Larry was in here? Isn't it a bit far-fetched to accuse someone simply on the basis of ownership? But this owner wanted to sneak into the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on, don't you? You're leading to this reason for being by the chimney. We've already established that. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends, right? Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? Think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This man has some serious issues with prosecutors. But come on, I can't just think up something as complicated as that, right, Edgy? Mary, I can agree. I can agree because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you. Or me, for that matter. I sense his hatred for my entire profession, emanating from his entire being. Meaning that the only way I can prove Larry's innocent is to present irrefutable evidence. Oh, you're such a good Janie. She's gonna have a hard time going pee-pee tonight. Jana, just don't go pee-pee. Just wait. Shh, just wait.
Hold it.
So you were the first to discover the body this time. This time? What's that supposed to mean? You better watch what you say. I only said this time because earlier Kay was the first to discover the body in Babel. And your secretary, Agent Chanel, was ready to accuse her of murder for that. So you're gonna use that excuse to call me suspicious now? Of course not. I was simply pointing out the usual pattern that discovers bodies. But in the Babelese case, there's proof that she was holding the weapon, right? Well, in this one, it's a bit different since we know exactly where the weapon is.
Hold it.
Larry has already testified that he forgot the samurai sword here. Yeah, I was shaking hands with the ambassador in here and I left it behind by accident. So what? You lied earlier, so who's to say that this excuse isn't just another lie? But I forget stuff all the time. Right, Edgy? Tell him. Why don't you tell him yourself? You see? What did I tell you earlier? No one will buy such a pathetically weak excuse. Yes, well, I know that it's not possible to prove such an excuse as truth. And you offer it up as fact. You're a worse person than I originally thought. You're free to think what you like, however, I know that Larry is not the killer. Agent Lang, please continue with your argument. I'll expose the flaw and it's soon enough.
Hold it!
Just because he was the owner of the weapon, therefore he must be the killer, is it? No, climbing all the way up to the chimney is plenty suspicious in my book as well. Regarding that, I've already drawn the truth out, and the truth is one thing I don't bend. Doesn't matter if it's you or whoever, you prosecutors are all the same. As for me, prosecutors are the one thing I don't trust in. An agent who doesn't trust prosecutors, what are you playing at? Sorry, sis. But there are only two things I trust, my subordinates and evidence at the crime scene. Agent Lang hates prosecutors. But as long as he trusts evidence, that has been- okay, whatever. It's simply not possible the samurai sword is the real murder weapon.
Hold it!
Excuse me, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood? Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean, the sight and smell of blood, of course. And according to the test, the blood in the sword belongs to the victim. The sword is made to only be used as stage, so it's not sharp. But it's pretty weighty. It's certainly heavy enough to beat someone to death with. Was leading me to suspect that the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? This last statement is too important to just let it slip by.
Hold it!
Doop. About the samurai sword, have you received a report from forensics yet? They confirm the blood of the sword belongs to the victim. Alright, but have they confirmed that the outline of this wound is consistent with the weapon? Tell me something. Do you see the dead body right there in front of you? So, if they were conducting the autopsy right now, wouldn't that body not be here? Well, I suppose so. I guess they must still be investigating this room. I mean, that it possibly doesn't know about the piece of evidence that's true nature. Anything else you'd like to chit-chat about? No? Good, let's continue. Okay, so it's something about this one. It's not gonna be any of these things. I suspect he beat the victim to death with that thing. Do I present the sword? It wouldn't be anything on this page either. No, it wouldn't be anything on this page. I feel like it's either gotta be the samurai spear or the samurai sword. I'm gonna save. Okay, no, yeah, that's wrong. Maybe it's...
Objection!
Yeah, okay, it's the weak weapons. Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? It's a long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country a long time ago. Piercing, mowing people down, spears are the weapon of heroes throughout history. It's the next most effective weapon after the whip. But the whip is in a slightly different category. So what's your point? Are you gonna tell me that the spear is the real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at this section here. The way it's bent? Precisely. Apparently a certain troublemaker hit against a wall in the embassy earlier. And as you can see, the inside of the Steel Samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deliver a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there is not even a dent in the samurai sword. How do you explain that? Aye! It's a plant! Yeah, the sword and the spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. But I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't able to do my special early summer rain jab move. Man, I got such an earful from the director of the play for not doing it in the show. The Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him? Youch! It's more than enough of your whiny whimpering. Now, back to the topic of the spear. Yes, let's return to the real topic of discussion. This is where the real gamble begins. I don't have a real strategy per se, so all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may. Using a sword and taking risks in a place of real logic is hardly the Von Karma way. It's neither smart nor very clever. Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I am not a genius prosecutor. Plus, wait, no. Or is he? Unlike your father, I am not- okay, yeah. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it is for the best if it remains unbroken. For no one should have conceived of the notion to convict all defendants in the first place. What a foolishly foolish statement from a foolishly fool who hates to lose. It's the job of the prosecutor to make sure that all defendants are found guilty in court. There's nothing more important in the world than a perfect victory. So she still doesn't- she's not a bad person in this case, but her convictions are a little too strong. She's got to change her mentality a bit. That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that's all we are. They have a lot of, tension because she's still holding up the older Von Karma ways. She's like a Von Karma 2.0. Which I guess makes the issues of Von Karma, but she's really living it, and he's changing. Phoenix Wright changed his perspective. Like, he's not so angry anymore. Right, he's a lot more loosey-goosey, he's a lot more energetic. He was so tight-assed before he started losing. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. See, look, the truth! Someone changed him! And that means the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, but I must let it crumble as I walk towards the truth. You're good at keeping me entertained, Mr. Prosecutor. But you know, humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility that the sword was used in such a way that the attack killed Master Mass without bending it. No. See, so what do you think of my hypothetical scenario? I think you know what to do here, right? And what you need? Of course. What I need is evidence you can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. Why, Larry, part 2. It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone. Under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So it isn't the only natural suspicion that would fall into the owner of that said weapon? But they can't. How do you tend to cling to that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examined every corner within the walls of this embassy. There's no stone- Ah, no, but they can't pick up the statues! It's under the statue. We have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. That the only place inside the embassy with the victim's blood on it is a sword. You have no stone unturned? Is that a fact? You've got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect, Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear for you. I got it. Me and Edgeworth, we got it!
Hold it!
The only place where you could find blood was on the samurai sword. That's right. Even with luminol. Which means that there are no other possibilities outside of what we've already outlined. Raise an objection? If you believe that there is no other door of possibility left to be opened, then allow me to force one open for you. And how do you plan to do that? By showing you what may possibly be the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? I hate to repeat myself, but my men have already searched every last inch of this embassy. And they've concluded that nothing else could have been used as the weapon. Knowing these facts, do you still want to press forward with your little hypothesis? Yes. Because it's not possible that your men inspected everything in their investigation. What are you talking about? I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate it when people like you slander my men. I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm really pointing out that their investigative dragnet has a few holes in it. Namely that there is something your men couldn't even lay a finger on. That item is the real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along for now. This real murder weapon that killed Master Mask 2. What exactly is it?
Take that.
Got it. The National Treasure of Alabast. You mean the primitive statue? Yes, as you know, only the ambassador and his secretary may touch it, which I believe means that neither you nor your men were able to examine it, correct? You know very well that if we did that, there'd be an international incident between the Kingdom of Alabast and the Republic of Babel. The two countries' precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined. Agent Lang, if you could take a look at this. The direction the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. And there's only one conclusion I can draw from that. Go look for Ambassador Alba and get him to give us the okay to examine the statue. Shifu, you can't listen to this infidel's words. Infidel? He is most definitely trying to trick you. Shifu, please, let's be rational about this. Lang Ji says, just do it already! Yes, sir! My level in Sam. I'm 60 years old with a bad back. My neck max slips on. I'm flying across the fucking sky. I can carry Thor's hammer. Yeah. Sam is like Majima. He ages in reverse. He just somehow gets better and better as he gets older. I don't know how he does it, but he can. Shifu, yeah? I'm really sorry, sir, but I was unable to convince the ambassador. I was unable to obtain permission for us to examine the primitive statue. I see. Wait, but then the investigation's at a standstill! Agent Lang, I will go and speak with the ambassador personally. Save your breath. He may act all weak and frail, but the old man's one tough cookie. But I guess you've got to be tough when you're representing a whole country, you know? Agent Lang, what do you want? Let's just hurry up and examine the statue already. What, but Shifu! What are causing the international incident? Quiet! I'll take the fall if I have to later. Agent Lang, the hypothesis of mine. So if someone is to take responsibility, let it be me. Responsibility? If we're going to talk in such heavy terms, maybe I should let you. It'd be a real problem for me and my men if something were to happen to me. Alright then, less talk and more investigating. If we want to know the truth, we can't stop here. Action must be taken. Agent Lang, I'd like to run a chemiluminescence test on the statue. Illuminal test. Ah, good thinking. If the statue is the murder weapon, then some of the victim's blood should be on it. Okay, let's get the forensics team in here. Looks like you hit the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means that this is the real weapon that killed Master Mask 2. Indeed. But I wouldn't celebrate yet if I were you. This doesn't let your friend off the hook. It doesn't prove that he didn't kill Master Mask 2, so the charge remains. We're hardly done examining the statue, Agent Lang. And if it is the real murder weapon, I believe further examination is required. You think so? Okay, then knock yourself out. We got him! What do we have here? This dirty smudge. It looks like a handprint. That's definitely a bit of evidence like you're... what's a definitive bit of evidence like this doing under here? Looks like we got some fingerprints to analyze. Worst case scenario, these prints belong to Larry. No, he's wearing gloves! He is wearing gloves! Why would he take the gloves off? To commit a crime. It looks like it's too late for me to do anything about that now. Hey, Francis, I want the results on these fingerprints ASAP, you hear me? See, look, the steel... We already did this. We already did this joke. The steel samurai wears gloves. He can't leave fingerprints. Agent Lang, I have the analysis results, sir. Good, and? Sir, about the prints we lifted from the bottom of the statue. Well, you know the victim of the murder of the Beverly's embassy? The prints belong to him. To Mr. Manny Cochin, sir. But that's... What's going on around here? No, that's impossible! Each primitive statue can only be handled by someone of that country. But by the very fact that Mr. Cochin's fingerprints are on this one, it leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babel's primitive statue? Impossible, it can't be. What? They switched? Larry once set foot in Babylite soil, so he was free to go. However, this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed in the with an alabastian knife in Babel. And Master S2 was killed by on alabastian soil with Babel's national treasure. And the mystery of the great thief Yadagarasu who visited both countries. The pieces were there, but I had yet to see the big picture they were to form. What picture, dog? I can't fucking say it. Oh, it's still the middle. Holy shit, it's still the middle. I left the Master Best 2 investigation of Francisca and I returned to Babel. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babel's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! So, okay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great! Investigating is so much fun! In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off on us, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Oh, we had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In case Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. You have permission to enter the Alabasti Embassy, is that correct? Yep. As a local detective, I'm helping out with the investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Oh! Oh, understood, sir. I like how his mood just dropped. Cratered. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. Oh. If I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now that I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you gonna throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched into a ball disposed of. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now that I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Sick. What do I still have left? Okay. All the really important stuff. Hey, Edgeworth. You look like you're enjoying yourself, detective. Well, I don't have much else that I can enjoy as much as good investigation, sir. So what did you find out? Ah, well... yeah, he's just laughing very sadly now. I take it he has found nothing of particular use, as usual. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Polino. Oh, what is this? Something interesting. This, sir. Wow, that's pretty. I'm so jealous. It's a real treasure there. Why does the flame burning green, detective? So apparently if you burn the special white crystal oil that they only make in Babel, it burns its green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babel should the oil run out. Hey, Gummy! What are those silhouettes? They stuck some colors on the outside of the lantern so it would project those images. Oh? Silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking about an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as an assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. So you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these you can eat whatever you'd like. Not the fucking coupon! Discount tickets for our cafeteria? Okay, no, that's fine. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern. However, these coupons do nothing for me right now. This opener stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract the extra bit of attention to Babel. Here this night, over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Coaching told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to, because of the fire that Yadagarsu started. Exactly. Ambassador Polino, I'd like to ask you a little bit more about the primitive statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that the Alabast and Babel used to be one country called Cadofia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the primitive statue belonged to the founders of Cadopia. At least, that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Cadopia as a symbol of the country's wealth, so it was meant to symbolize the sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right. Which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Alabast and Babel were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The primitive statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Plano knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him the key and see if what he has to say about it. Ambassador Plano, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes? Oh, and don't worry. You could ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babel, yes? He is such... This man does not miss a moment to advertise. He is always on that money. He is working harder than any salesman I have ever seen work in my life. He does not miss. He does not get off track. He is always pounding away at those advertisements. Oh my gosh. Let's see, thank you. But that's just the one thing I require is all. Manny Cochin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well... I had to put it in one word. He was an able man. Always be grinding. Man's got the tattoo on his shit. He's got it. He starts a line of coca and then comes to work. That's the energy I'm feeling. If there was anything else I need as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was able to detect his dirty dealings. Sounds like Mr. Cochin had a very sharp mind. Recently, man, he'd been really busy since I became the Babelese representative at the Country Unification Council. He's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, our two countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. This was a very important night then! For everything that... Someone wants to keep the two countries apart still? I suppose not. Master Plan, if you could please take a look at this for me. The primitive statue sitting in the Alabast right now actually belongs to Babel. So it would appear. I received a call from Bispo Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babel's primitive statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. It is definitely Alabast statue. I know because it's the real statue! You're saying the Babel's was a replica? I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babel, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight. To say that we could not determine which statue is the real one. Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is a hollow gold shell. Even if Babel were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making it a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast? I guess before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. There's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Babel is a district as Alabast in their inspection of the people and things that enter their country. Meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn, but by who and for what reason? Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Alabastine side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least that's what I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Hey, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? My guess is that a guitar pick. I picked it up just over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? The Jammin' Ninja? There's a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet around here from. I was thinking they had concerts here at this open-air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. It's the Jammin' Ninja! Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? Not the perfume! It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day I'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Thank you. I'll be honored to hold on to it for you. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabast now, but I know. I'll go back to Babylon and do some more investigating there. The fact that there's a middle too, I can see how this can drag a bit. Because we're not even in the latter parts. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. Heard things in Babel. Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Coachin's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. Ah yes, the Yatagarasu. Even though I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is what there was a witness to claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech here in Alabast, and that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly it vanished. After that, there was a fire at the Babylonese embassy that the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. Save. I'm running the restroom really quick, and then we'll start our next investigation. Wow, another investigation, dog. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat on this chair. Ambassador Alba is very elderly. Cheers prayer for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. That was like my old principal from grade school who'd speak at assemblies. This is where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. The stage was set up nicely, however, there was the audience. Where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool. That's poor planning if there was no place for other than a spot or two by the pool. They really should have made seating arrangements like how the gallery is set up in the court. Indeed, you can say the consideration for the viewers is not taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and its audience were to stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. See, there's an overturned spotlight here. When the Yadigarsu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. Having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yadigarsu. However, there are people in my way and I wish I was unable to let it stick a lash. I suppose that means that some other poor saps got hit instead. All is right in the world again. Really? That's good to hear. A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. I think it was shadows and light. It's not gonna be the Yadigarsu. It's gonna be the statue. There's a real specific reason the statue is here. Let's see. It says that is statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Permadou. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy to read, lousy at reading a woman's heart. Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm... See, I don't know anything about the Sox. They could lose too for all I care, but the Cubs losing does seem right. Is it possible the Yadigarsu hid in these bushes? No, they're rose bushes. It's been spending too much time with Scruffy, and the girl, they're rubbing off on you. It's alright, I'll wake you up out of your stupor. Stop whipping me! Now, the next time you feel like sleep talking, remember that I'll whip you for real. All I gotta do is offer a possibility, and this is what I get. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for the aesthetic. This pool's water is also used to put out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. Fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. This water is used to put out fire. I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level, which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in the embassy. I guess I'll have to make some notes about it just in case. Maybe once or... Maybe once or twice? I hate one person horribly right now. How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry! Oh hey, Edgy, thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that! Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun? Alright then. Did you by chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? I guess I kind of lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him. You imbecile! How would he be so flippant at a time like this? What are you gonna do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? How old is he again? Larry, this is the first time I'm hearing of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick. Pink Princess. Not Pink Princess. Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yep, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through. Heart and soul. The Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. But rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swinging around in that pool. Though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. I set the new location Monday, so I close here Sunday, then I work overnight Monday. Been working on my sleep schedule for staying up much later, so I'm ready for the overnight. But my new boss at the location texted me today. They knew you're on 10 AM to go over my scheduling. Oh, they can't have you come in at like 2 at least or something? You know, at least a little bit later? Anything? That's just mean. The statue resembles the Primitive statue. Flag says King Primitive in the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primitive put his life on the line and went to war. So Primitive was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like a steel samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and one person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, for now, let's just get these other lawbreakers put down to the precinct. Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor, I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. No, because I have to go in before I go to work at the current location. Yeah, that's just evil. Like, how can you play with a person's sleep schedule that horribly? That's mean. After that, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? Who were to wrap up her bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come so far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that one, right, Mr. Prosecutor? This guy's music is a lot. You're working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed what the Yatagarasu appeared and cracked... Yes, I saw the people, right? With my own two eyes. It's the two statues, dude! When the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when cries of the Yatagarasu rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out. And by the time we got the area lit again, the death thief had vanished. When we investigated afterward, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension cord for all outdoor electronics. Either it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it. We don't know. But one thing is for certain. Yatagarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette. Yes. If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Good thing, sis. You just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape. Not among the staff and the audience members. But what about the statues? No, I don't like it either. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Trying to stay until 7-ish, but now I have to be up at 9 tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah, that you're gonna need like a direct intravenous injection of caffeine. That's the only way. It's truly all you have left. Someone else's shadow. Okay, so that sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true form. I expect no less from my subordinate. Now, let's hear what you know on the subject. What really casts the shadow of the Yatagarasu?
Take that!
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that they're created by this statue? Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? Statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You're clever, the statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean only one part? What is the other part to the real form of the Yatagarasu shadow?
Take that!
It's another statue. The Yatagarasu shadow was made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights were all over the place. This is because they were moved and the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, I believe that the two shadows will create this You believe the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu shadow. Precisely. Now that watch that reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up the spotlights to cast a shadow of King Primidu and the battlefield. Shadow of the King's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, we set up a light on the queen who spoke of love to King Primidu. Her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop on the stage. Ah, so we were to combine the two shadows. It looks something like the Yatagarasu shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca! The way the spotlight needs to be shown on the Queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe the whole of the King's shadow needs to be used for this work. However, in the case of the Queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her statue. One part? Yes, and that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. Now, what part of the Queen's statue was used to complete the Yatagarasu shadow? Shoot.
Take that!
It was her hand. I got it. It was her hand. Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now what does that remind you of? Ah, that's right. It can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the Queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. Also, it wasn't just changing location, I'd be going off. People have been trying to give me heartfelt goodbyes since they won't see me anymore, and I just want to look them in the end and say, you people are guns. Right, like you don't feel bad about leaving, like, oh yeah, bye-bye. Yeah, I never want to come back to you again. I don't care about any of you people. This place sucks. I've had jobs like that where it's like, wow, I do not miss any of these people. There is no one I want to see again. Once I'm out of here, I am gone. This is the best day of my life. Get me out. Yeah, this is exactly the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand, and then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu shadow had vanished, which means the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabasta tonight. The only country the thief visited was Babel, though it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabasta. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. I'm just seeing all these connections! How's the investigation going? Bad. Your local weatherman is a god? Why is your local weatherman a god? The only local weathermans I've seen were that one that dances on the YouTube shorts. That's the only one I know of, though. Let's see. Detective Bad, have you come to join us in the investigation into the Yatagarasu? I left the murder in Agent Lang's charge, and my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu, so yes. So, what have you found out? I have a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we're ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. People heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist. She gave me... Y'all forgot who was here. I didn't forget who was here. It's gonna be a journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photograph I got from her. What in the world? The Yatagarasu is flying through the air. Times, they are a-changin'. It's not just a man, but the evidence, they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires. On the 4th and 5th floors, were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see. So this was taken after the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Babylese embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabasta. This is simply not possible. People aren't capable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Leave Max Galactica out of this. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well, too, actually! Maybe it happens more often than we think. I'm up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph. Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babylese embassy, so I should start from there. Or maybe she was Max Galactica. Francisca, I need to return to Babel investigation for a bit. Wait, no, I think she was Max Galactica, and they were both the, Dalman case. I think they were both a Dalman case. Because that's when, yeah, that makes sense, because that's when, Phoenix got sick because he fell in the water, so Francisca had to take over as prosecutor, and Miles took over as defense, and then it was Phoenix versus Godot. I got it. I remembered. It was the last case. I need to return to the Babel investigation for a bit. Fuck! Alright. Alright, I'm counting in you. It's back and forth! Welcome back, Edgeworth. Now, come on, let's get back to our investigation. Well, let's no! Leave me alone! It's national fact. No. Shh. Not read all that. Dude said storms are expected to start at 9 p.m. The second my clockwork hit 9, lightning struck close by. Hey, weather reporting has gotten really solid recently. They're working really hard. They got the goods. The case is hard, man. I'm annoyed. I'm back and forth and back. It's in 2 fucking rooms, 2 fucking locations. I'm tired, man. And this is only still the melt. Where are we at? The truth behind the fire. Oh. To think, after all the running around, we're right back to where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. There better not be 2 ladders. Swear. Freak out. You found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Master Polino, but I have yet to find this killer. And I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. Yeah, not the real one, obviously. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you at all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Polino. Actually, there's one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? I didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. Put a bigger smile on Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Polino. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Polino. Those 2 sure got chummy awfully quick. You know, it's easy to say you're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the statue in this room before and after the fire. And then we should look in the mat at the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came to this room, the person is already gone. But I'm willing to bet the person I was chasing is Mr. Koshin's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key to the Yatagarasu was stolen 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Mrs. Yu is also somehow involved. I know that woman is almost definitely Mr. Koshin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in this investigation too? Yes, he has been chasing after Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now that I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat was chasing... Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? That doesn't look like shit! I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. It just looks like a smudge! But this could be how the person escaped. No, it couldn't be! Looks like something's falling, not jumping. There's barbed wire. We need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. See the Alabaskan embassy through this window. So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? You can see it from here. I was on the 5th floor. That's where Mr. Damas was killed. What? You don't mean the Master Damas too? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. Even though Master Damas 2 was merely an imposter of the original. Wait, no, there's something else I want to look at. Appears the area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. This looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it does look like all... It doesn't look like all, stroking out. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why didn't you try sitting in it? No, I better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at the scenes. That's because I am a prosecutor and it's part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be a great thief. Which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. The Grok AI on Twitter is now a paid subscription. Ew. Ah, man, that's... Is there not even a free version with ads? Like, he can't even get people... He has to force people to pay? Is he that hard for cash? Trying to log it completely is crazy. This man's crazy. He should just shut it down. It's not helping anything. I think it's one of the worst ones, too. Like, his is so fucking stupid. It's literally his own personal joke. Shutting it down wouldn't hurt anything now. So it would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire. No free version on Twitter. I don't think he's gonna make as much money as he believes he's going to make. But it doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit. I suppose you really should take a look. Seems the contents of this drawer survived the fire rather well. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful left in here, Mr. Edgeworth.
Eureka!
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right. What is this? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. I guess that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they hadn't been burnt to a crisp at the fires? Master Polino, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting of this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see in that case. Oh, did you figure something out? This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murderer of Master Damas 2. Master Damas 2? Then this note... Yes, it was a request from Mr. Cochin for Master Damas 2 to steal the Primitive statue. What? Manny? Tried to steal Alabast's Primitive statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were written by Mr. Cochin? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I have to ask Miss Detective Gumshoe later to run an analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There's one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Let's see, anything you can tell me would be great help, Ambassador. Okay, so now we have to talk to the Ambassador now that we've deduced. Oh, gosh. Because the desk was the only thing left really to check. See, I'd like to ask you about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the embassy tonight! What is going on in this place? Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninja show. Well, the first one occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of the embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause panic among the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. And the fire after the Jammin' Ninja show was the second one of the nights? Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? Did he? When was the photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors. Right after the fires on the... Why'd he pause? That's just throwing me off on the sentence. Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floor were put out. Why'd he pause in the middle there? That's weird. I suppose it means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. So then what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to this floor, the third floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it. That's... how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself all gone up in a blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Polino. Oh, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We're discussing what your actions and whereabouts were today, for today were. And if you happen to know what Mr. Kochi's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well, let's see. I've been quite busy all day, from morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. You ate breakfast after you brushed your teeth? Are you a sociopath? You eat breakfast first and then you brush your teeth. So that they're fully clean. Could you imagine brushing your teeth and then eating? You have to brush your teeth again! Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you like a condensed version? Alright, I can do that for you. Time Turner has a collectible and playable card game built into the game. No. That's so cruel of them to do to me. How darest they? Evil. Immoral. Immoral! So what did Mr. Koshin and you do that morning? Can imagine brushing my teeth, then drinking alcohol mixer orange. Yeah, right. Can you believe some people drink orange juice without the alcohol? Like, why are they just drinking straight mixer? That's crazy work. Are they insane? Who just drinks that? Without any vodka in it? Some people, man. I don't get some people. Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands at the Jammin' Ninja, but Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. Help clean Mr. Kochin's office? Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the primitive statue and the Babyliss knives set were down here. I see. Oh, at the time it didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed, and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain in the butt, though, huh? About that. I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Even just this morning, he got mad at me. I spilled some Babyliss ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. That's about it for what we did this morning, just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. See, drinking mixer orange juice, the most Florida man thing one could say. Along with this fucking gator's got my goddamn cock. Always Sunny has ruined you. Yeah. Always Sunny has ruined me too. There are some episodes that I feel like such a terrible person for finding really, really funny. Like, just horrible things that I don't know how they do it. And it just, like, you never can really hate anybody. Like, they're all the worst person you know, and they somehow only, they try to mostly inflict it on themselves. And only if you get too close in their, into their radius. And if you fuck with them. Don't never fuck with them. Like, what was it, the slap cup episode? Where they burned the lawn on one of the guys, and they're like, okay, fine, we'll do the slap cup, and then, oh, we don't care about that. Yeah, so they got drugs and became addicts. Was oddly hilarious. You know, D, we're just gonna get a little bit of welfare. We just need a little bit of crack, and we just need to get on a little bit of welfare. And then just a little bit of crack. And then when they're trying to, like, can I just get one crack? One crack. Yes, for one crack, please. One crack, thank you. Then if you could tell me what you and Mr. Koshin did this afternoon. And they descended quick, didn't they? It didn't take many tries to get them absolutely hooked. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatorm Naturalis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone, so they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater. because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo op of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, myself. Let's see, after the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare my handshake photo with the Jammin' Ninja. He seemed to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me, but during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. Well, yeah, because you were alone, so you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show. Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Polino, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be more of assistant, Mr. Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? Let's see. Job for Master Mask. Let's try that. I believe you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Cochin hired Master Mask. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's events. Because of the Yatagara suit and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? Naturally, the rest of the event had been cancelled. For you see, Babel's statue, well, it's just a replica. And Mr. Cochin know about the Babel's permanent statue? Of course he knew! That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Guess I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it, it'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Kudofia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious. Mr. Cochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Kudofian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I was or ever will be. We don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard. But I expect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Okay, let's inspect the statue. So this is the real permanent statue. This is really valuable, right? That's what they say.
Hold it!
Okay, you're not seriously considering the theft of the statue, are you? No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue was worth. That sounds mighty suspicious to me. Fireplace, huh? So Babel's office have them too. There's a fireplace in a relatively the same location in the Alabasta office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace. Let's see, if it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You can climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. Ugh, you really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. So I guess the embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought that Babel would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way I look at the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower vase. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabasta, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Kudofia? That's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. This bottle of Babel's ink on Mr. Cochin's desk. It looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Mr. Polino, it looks like your precious Babel's ink is alright after all. What? That's odd. That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there's something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on the statement for me, please? Yeah, we got something! I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but... During the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. When I did, I was greeted by a roaring green flames. The flames were so bright that I wasn't able to see into the room at all.
Hold it!
The fire was green because he was burning counterfeit bills! What was the cause? Well, the white crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Babley's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had been caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find that there was still a bottle of ink left on the desk. Case of the perplexing gleam flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was that caught on fire in here? No, I know. I know what it is! It was the counterfeit bills! Hey, you there, Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Are you okay? Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What is all this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, detective. It was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? He truly is, and Edgeworth doesn't treat him right. Edgeworth is so mean to him. He keeps cutting his pay. The man could barely afford a $6 Swiss roll. He had to share $1 with a child. Give this man a proper salary, I beg of you. As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yatagara student just like your father, right? Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. You bet. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Yes? That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon? Oh, you mean Little Thief? You're coming to rely on it, aren't you? I don't need such a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. Dog. I completely forgot about Little Thief. This whole thing has felt like hours. This case has felt incredibly long. I didn't even think we were gonna get Little Thief. I forgot. Let's see. For the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. You got it. All right, here we go. Dark skies of evening, with no other bird dares take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of the real modern-day Robin Hood. Just turn it on, Kay. I got new shirts today. Just at the store, like one of those 2-packs. They have sometimes the shorts. I will say, crazy soft. First time I'm wearing them, crazy soft. For like, I think it was $18 for 2 pairs of shorts. Great quality. Could not believe it. Let's see, it seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route person Kay saw used as well. Oh, what is this? Is this some sort of light show I was not told about? This is the power of the true vigilante. Let's recreate the room with the info I inputted. Really, that is certainly one interesting device you have there, Mrs. Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. Sometimes the best, most long-lasting purchases come from weird places like Dollar Tree or like a farmer's market, and you can never find them again. It's a one-time only purchase that's absolutely perfect, and you just like use it for like, years. It's like this random thing I found amazing. Like $20. Well, one, I just saw Medley pull herself out under 2 dog beds. She was basically in a dog bed sandwich. 2, Mona's on a nice little orthopedic dog bed. And I think Jaina was on Garrett's. Everyone had a spot. Everyone had a weird spot. They all just like crawled out of the woodwork. Let's do it! Okay, we got a lot to investigate. Grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire started, which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I didn't hear any chiming. That's odd. It's still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged internal mechanisms or something? Master Plano, maybe look inside that clock? Sir, go right ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of the clock. Yes, sir. On it, sir. Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir. It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. What was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Oh, thanks for the sub, kid! That's so cool and kind! You really are just too nice, my guy. Too nice. And to someone, absolutely cut 20 as well. My goodness. That's such a crazy streak as well. I'm sorry. That's so great. That's so lovely. Right, Miss Fiddly? Miss Fiddly, come here. Okay, no, maybe Miss Jaina. You really are tired. She basically stumbled. Are you okay, lady? Are you okay, little lady? Yeah, you laid down. I know, you're so tired. You had a long day. Yes, you did. See, why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? Ah, no, that's not an invitation to lick me. It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Plano that put the wire in there. And perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did. Jaina! I'm so used to Medley doing that. Stop. Shh. Rats. Woo! For rats! Calling all rats! Okay, here you go, rat. That's a good rat. Good rat. There you are, rat. There you are, rat. Oh, and even Mr. Boy found himself in here somehow. Yeah, where are you coming from? Look at him bully his way up, too. He's like a dinosaur. Coming through the trees. There you go. Okay, there you go, Medley. Go. Mr. Kitty. Better not bite me. Okay. Alright, that's good. That's good for all. Goodbye. The second it's close, he's gone. He's like, it's over? Alright, bye. What are you doing? Here you go. So it looks like one of the Babley's knives was already missing from before the fire. So it seemed, especially since the other two knives handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle with the real murder weapon, and Babel's natural treasure was stolen. Poor Babel, don't you think? I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babel's woes. These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Plano saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Okay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire died out or something by that time. Now this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started to the third floor. Till the Yadagarsu appeared and caused a stir and babble, I suppose. Only you're right in the way. You gotta move your head. I guess Mr. Plano was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you can put it that way, and since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing after, of course. I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Cohen's killer. It's very likely that is the case. It's the ambassador, because he was saving his stuff. His stuff lit on fire too, but only there. After that person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one was going to be in here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was here, maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in? But then, what did that person set on fire to make sure the green flames? Well, whatever it was, that person burned it made a rather sizable fire. Since the fire is green, well, so we would have seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, and I do believe what you are thinking of is exactly why these flames are green. Oh my gosh. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these flames?
Take that!
This silhouette lantern, the green flame comes from the white crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we know that the green flames were caused by white crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there's only one other thing made from white crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Plano was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely. As we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. What? She slammed my headphone. No, what are you looking at me for? Are you good? Okay then. Jeez. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from the white crystal oil that Master Plano was mistaken about.
Take that!
Babley's ink is made from white crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from the bottle of Babley's ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Cochin used in his desk, right? Yes, however, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. It would appear that I finally found it in the smuggling ring's real goal. Made of the Babley's ink, this is the source of the green flames.
Take that!
What would consume the great volume ink to make, that would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zangfa. You're kidding. You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills. I am. I believe you could even go as far as to say that he stole Babel's printing press. Ambassador Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Ah, yes, I suppose so. We've caused a bit of a trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search out all who shield Mr. Cochin and conceal his crime. For they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. It's a shard range of the fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies. Yes, that's it. But they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. They spin those baby things right round like a record. I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. Huh. Interesting, it's still not checkmarked. Gave me a gift as I watched 69 of 70 for my streak. Nice! 69 of 70. You know, that is Providence, truly. Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a quick nap. Hey, why don't we take one of these after the case? Do you really have a destination in mind? Well, really, I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jam Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe you took me seriously. This safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold a wonderful promise of treasure within. Yes, this one certainly did have a few insides. A fireplace, huh? So Babel's office have them too. No, 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 no. Oh, not the fireplace. No, we already saw this. The chair. Very comfortable chair. Do you have to put things together? All of Syria suffer some damage from the fire. I don't believe it. Murder on top of arson. Yeah, that was nothing. Let's talk to Kay. Notice anything? Looks like it was quite the fire, huh? Yes, it appears that the fire flame spread fairly quickly to some of the other rooms as well. Yeah, but thanks to government info, I was able to recreate this room. Plus, the burn stuff is still lying around, so you can check those areas as well. The state of this room before and after the fire. I can probably obtain some new information by comparing the differences. Yes, that's what I'll do, and use any new information to complete my goal. Oh, okay, we don't need a review. The investigation. I've inputted all the info we got from Gummy and Ambassador Polino. With this recreation, you should be able to tell what changed because of the fire. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's try investigating this fire one more time. Is there anywhere we can deduce? No. Can we present anything? No, this isn't gonna... No, yeah, he's just gonna give me tickets. Okay, I don't think he's gonna help. What if I just pieced these two together? I didn't think so, I wanted to try just to see what would happen. That's good to... Gumshoe. Detective, you took part in the initial Babel investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was already in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in this case of fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh? Maybe someone wrote in a fit of panic. Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babylon's embassy at all? I didn't personally. The other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person, either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me about a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. During the fire, the 2nd floor fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabest. That's also when the suspicious person was spotted in Babel, which caused some panic. So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babel. Yeah, all they saw was this mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive idea, you know? Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. Person in a long coat... Not like the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabest was proven to be just a fabrication, a show. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babel is also a suspect. You can't be serious! Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Kochin, then disappeared. Okay, what you saw? By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but well, the embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members and I was lost for a while. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective? I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. You know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, I was there when I lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Kochin's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like hers, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. And it was thanks to Gummy that Mr. Shinna wasn't able to take me away. He covered me until you got him, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. So it's too bad the Agent Shinna got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Shinna was before you found her here. I just forgot to this room. I saw her coming out of the room next door! Agent Shinna mentioned something about chasing Yatagarasu herself earlier. Well, she apparently helped in putting out the fire first. Then, during the 2nd fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. So, she seemed to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that? Master Plano, there's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to the Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Yeah, that's right. You also paid a good visit to the Albastian side of the embassy. Our embassy actually used to be 1. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. No matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the light are exactly the same. Even the artist's location is the same, as my room is currently under renovation. We worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. Even for your handshake photo op with the Jam Ninja. Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babble's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabest, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to help some. The Alabastian and Babbly sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also have had a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house. Oh, there's a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir. What? This embassy holds that kind of secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about what the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed. My first thought is that it is likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. It looks like just another fireplace though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again? In Alabast, I had to push the X where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace. Oh, I see the X back there, sir. Let's see what happens. You scared me, sir. There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction with the facts. But we found the X where we thought we'd be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from the scene. What does this contradiction mean for us?
Eureka!
Is this right? Okay, so that's not right. I thought it'd be like the ink on the back wall. Oh, wait, I got you. I know what it is. It's gotta be this piece of evidence, but with... Yeah, there it is! Ambassador Polino, you said that you burned some old files in the fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking, and why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Ah! Where did all the ashes go? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Polino is lying, do you? No, there's no reason for him to lie. I don't believe this testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll edit in the ashes from the burnt files, and... Sounds like we pretty much figured everything out, huh? Now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was fall out where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on. You're about to dazzle us with it again, right? Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know? There's really no need for you to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. What? I already checked the area earlier, but it never hurts. Okay.
Hold it!
Okay, so now we talk to him. Or we deduce. You gotta connect the dots. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace was still clean for that. Ambassador Polina said that he spilled some Babbly's ink while he was burning the files, and there is not a trace of the ink spilled on the back wall anywhere. Well, then I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room, which means that this is a clear contradiction with the fireplace was used. Then you mean, the person I was chasing disappeared from the room through there? Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Cochin's killer. And after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. I have this only if this is only the beginning, now I have to chase the killer down. Got her. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Oh, it was that person! Yes, detective, it was Agent Sheena. Okay, that one wasn't too bad, but I can definitely feel the slog. Now do we have to testify with Sheena? It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know first. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Cochin. I don't have any proof yet, however, I know she's hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself? No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir? Is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to do a handwriting analysis on mass-to-mass note. Okay, I'll get to the lab boys right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir? No, next decade. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy, you can do it. Alright, I'm going to do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for just a simple task, detective. Well, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. It's so neat. Now I want to try going through there. There really is a secret passageway through. I had no idea. Weird that the ash really was pushed to the other side. Furthermore, the Babbly's ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Here I go, sir. I'd like you to go through there under the same condition as the killer. Huh? Well, there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is? Now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry through with it. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve, such as the Anagarv's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the two weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth. A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost though enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe there's two keys? Because there's two safes? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering need Gummy and I can help with that, then all you have to do is show off your fancy, smashy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing clicks and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. Okay. That's the sort of thing I say to myself. When I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. Yay, it looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective. Looks like you can use the fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? And if a big man like him can do it, so can a small woman like her. I'm okay. Just a bit of dust and ash, that's all. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Well, yeah, well, quite a lot of the burned ink got on it too, sir. I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat. What? Oh no, sir. I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but you know. I see. Very well then. As you wish. It's because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace so no it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact, and that is, because it gets dirty, you'd have to throw away the coat. And then that explains the picture, because it's not a flying person, it's just a coat. I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis on Mr. Cochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait into the theater of trials, along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. Okay, we're gonna confront her. She's next. No! It says middle again. It says middle again. How are you still in the middle? It should say letter. Stroke out. Agent Lang. Lang G says, fuck off! Little cubs never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. Right? Thank you, Edgeworth! What does that mean? Means you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Babylonia ink. They were all of Zhangfa denominations! Yes, I've heard from Miss Bon Karma. We don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a hit. Zhangfa is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and that's a lot! They flooded the market! But that's not just the money, the citizens are also worried. I stake the honor of the House of Lang on this. I have come to this land to capture the mastermind behind the whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zhangfa. And I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no. It is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. Well, I was able to think of a better solution. Huxus, you fool! You curse your empty brain! You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I don't trust these ambassadors, man. They're in cahoots. They're already gonna lie and say they didn't know which one was real. What else are they lying about? Take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else left for us to do but go home as well. Agent Lang, a moment if you will. You, Wolfman and Secretary Lady, hold it. Objection, pal! Gumshoe! Detective Gumshoe? Have you got the results of the handwriting analysis again already? Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, Detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everything is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Agarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babel investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of truth. Oh? It sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate in some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. I looked at dual sunglass. I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. And the dual finger point. Well, I'll prove her innocence, so you'll see what you got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. He's like the detective version of Phoenix. That's all this dude is. An antagonistic detective version of Phoenix. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babel, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang. I assume you've had briefed on Kay's testimony, and the suspicious person in a coat that she saw. That's right, that person is one of the keys to solving this case. Person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first, okay, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did. Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Badley side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, the person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babley's embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kochin's office. I gave chase and ran to the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When he entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was Agent Ling? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't that obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh, and how do you do that for such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through the door, they would have had to run into this person. Shit. Sheena?
Take that!
Your answer is Sheena? Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kochin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into the agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see, therefore the Yatagarasu could not have escaped that. It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in the hallway, a certain detective. Detective Gumshoe. Where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran toward Mr. Kochin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir. So, Agent Sheena, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth! You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes. I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Ling aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it, so that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out your revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? Not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Babley side is known only to 4 people. But if we use the information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. So we have to convince Lang that it's Sheena before we can talk to Sheena? That smug haughty attitude of yours, you really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Well, no matter. I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is this room's lone window. Since an eerie picture of said escape room exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape? I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought this window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that it is impossible. Now, I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. Of course I know that! That's bloody common sense! Besides, I never said I thought the photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright, then explain yourself. Shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after. Can you say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want, but there's only one language I really understand, the language of evidence. Very well then. I'm presenting to prove that the person Kay saw is not the same as the person in the photo. I have evidence of that? Is it the wire? Person Kay saw is not the same as the person in this photo. It's so quiet, I have no idea.
Take that!
No, it's wrong. But when the photo was taken... Oh, is it the fire? Is it the time of the fire? This one. Yeah! Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kay saw. Kay spotted the Yatagarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Urgh. Yeah, way to go! That's twice you've hit him in the butt now. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is, and how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu escape route, now that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on. Enlighten me. Even if I explain, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You're busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babylese side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained it in my stead? Ugh, Sheena is my subordinate! If I don't stick up for her now, how can I look her in the eye and call her myself her boss? Lang, it's alright, I can take care of him. Sheena, you shielded me a lot as my boss, but it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. And what did you like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babylese embassy? Oh, we got some testimony! During the first Babylese fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babel. So far consistent. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the room next over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch the glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that's all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Koshin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on the investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you had no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in the room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Schneck tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? He just accused the people left and right. Is he actually doing any investigating? Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation, although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuses for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry, I should not apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you, not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Shina. And let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. Shh. Let me save this real quick. Oh my gosh, the fact that it still just says the Yatagara's true identity is brutal. They made this one longer, but it just feels more drawn out. I wish it had kept a similar structure to the other missions. Oh, Jeannie, man, are you so tired? Poor Jeannie May. Oh, Fender found his way back to his orthopedic bed. What a good boy. During the first Babbly's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babel. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. Suspicious. Are you throwing Kay's words into doubt again? Well, she does claim to be the Yatagarasu, right? She did try to chase on the Yatagarasu despite just being an average citizen. Actually, she came here with the goal of capturing the fake Yatagarasu. That's right, which is why I would never lie about anything related to the Yatagarasu. I suppose you have proof of that somewhere? Not quite, but even without any, I have people who believe me, and that's enough. I see. Case has motives without flaw, but as for yours... Well, let's just say that I find your testimony to be a bit suspicious. There seems to be a very large flaw in her testimony. The escape route of the Yatagarasu that Kay was in pursuit of. Turns out that it really does lead right to Agent Shina. Then, what is it that she is keeping from us right now? Let's press this. So you help with the fire extinguishing effort? I was in charge of the police on the Babley side, so I helped them with their work. Police doing their job of firemen. You really know how to work people. She sure does. Let's see, she always brings you a business card or just scroll at it Oh my gosh. I'm struggling today, I'm tired. See, to prepare everything before I'm ordered to, that is the definition of a secretary. She's a secretary? I thought she was like a more of an assistant? I don't know. I guess they're the same. But secretary just sounds less apt in some of the formalities here. Assistants just sound elevated. She kind of seems more capable than Agent Lang, doesn't she? At the very least, she's certainly more capable than you, Detective. Oh. I kinda had a feeling you were going to say that. She knows more than just a capable secretary, you know? Should not tell them about other things you're good at. Alright. By the second fire, you mean the one that consumed the third floor Babel, correct? Yes, that was when the suspicious person was spotted in Babel. Then you were after the same person in the long coat that I was after. There is no proof that the suspicious person was really the Yatagarasu. Besides, no one was able to get a good look at the person's face. By the way, how was your team's investigation? In order to extinguish the fire, water was pumped into the third floor via the windows. So the majority of the investigators are conducting their searches on the other floors. I mean, they did, but there was one person who was wandering around lost on the third floor. When the fire was pretty much out, I moved to investigate the third floor. And you did that alone? Yes.
Hold it!
You were unable to catch even a glimpse despite being in the next room. Is that true? I really hate to repeat myself. I'm sorry for inconveniencing you. However, I simply wish to make sure that you are not misremembering something. You wouldn't want to be accused of lying later on, would we? Oh, it's this one! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Are you calling Shina's testimony a lie? Agent Lang, I'm talking with Agent Shina right now. So I'd rather appreciate if you wouldn't interrupt us with superfluous comments. Oh, got him! Oh, you know, I kind of feel bad for him. I understand his pain at watching one of his subordinates being accused. However, I cannot turn my eye from the truth. Lang, I'm alright. And as for you, I think you should be focusing your doubts on the girl rather than me. What? And why is that?
Objection!
Yes! Got her! Being in the next room to Mr. Cochin's office is the problem with your testimony.
Not so fast!
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? He saw it! What about it? Well, Alabax isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Coach's office holds the exact same secret. What? What? The other guards who didn't escape through the door of the room in the window. The escape room was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Oh. Now do you see? We struck a nerve. Wasn't crazy, but we did strike a nerve. If the other guards had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Shina. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. Ah! What is the meaning of this, Miles? She didn't even call you Miles Edgeworth, she's gonna be Miles. Well, would you care to explain, Agent Shina? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Oh, eyes covered. Your claim that you were in the room next was a lie all along, wasn't it? Truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat. Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you weren't the one she was chasing after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Coachin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge an Agent Shina. After that, you came back around to place Kate under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kate look like the bad guy when you're a suspicious one, pal? Look at him sweat on my side! Shina? Oh, she gonna lose it. She gonna lose it! Okay, now she's just laughing. Why do I keep getting laughed at? That laugh! No! The whole time! I remember this irritating laugh! I'm getting chills down my spine! It can't be, but it has to be! Shina? What's wrong with you? I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, they would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to hold up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. The tone of your voice you're taking with me right now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad. You know, that's a foolish broad, you know? What a way to say that statement. I know, and that's why I won't hold anything back, either as I answer your question. My question? Here's your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in the Babel was used recently.
Take that!
I'm sorry, but this is really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Polino's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Cochin. Oh? The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that the problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Polino said that he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were there ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed through the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Coach's office is my proof. And just what is so funny? Ashes as proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. She's staying committed till the end. Doesn't matter if we're in a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I suppose I've had a lot of fun today, but I grew up weary of this game of cat and mouse. For babies? Ow! Oh, Medley's under all the pillows again. You like that, huh? It's her little, badger hound instinct to dig real deep. Did you dig real deep? Here you go, Jean. Here you go, Jean. There you go, Medley. Just a little bit for Medley. There you go. You finally met the real her. Oh my gosh! This has been... It's been crazy how all this connects. It's gotta be this bitch! Let's go! Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. But we're still in the middle. What does that mean? Shina's rebuttal. In my eyes, all you've proved is the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace, now can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and you found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. And there you have it, my counter-arguments. It's kind of good. That's very impressive! She has seen through the fact that I've yet to gather the one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, you must never take your eyes off it. This case, you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. So you get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Shina, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match, you'll see. I'm really sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well, then. Agent Shina, shall we begin? Medley! Come here! Aw, you're such a waggy little girl. I'm ready whenever you are. Come here, Waggy Tail. Come here, Waggy Tail! She's Waggy Tail, and because Jaina's, like, not a Waggy Tail, she rarely wags her tail. When Jaina wags her tail, it's, like, really sweet, and it's super rare. She's just not a big tail wagger. Medley, though, Medley is such a good tail wagger. You love wagging that little tail. She's so funny about it, too. If you, like, you have her piggy, and you, like, show it to her tail will, like, still, and she'll lock in. But if you hide the piggy, her tail wags because she's really excited because she's waiting for Piggy to come out. It's like when a person, like, jiggles their foot. She's so ready, and then you show her the piggy, and she stops. And you can move the piggy and get her to wag her tail. You can manipulate her tail so much! It's interesting how effective Lang is over this. Well, it was his secretary. It was someone he trusted completely. They were like two halves of a coin. And she's the biggest traitor of them all, and he didn't even notice. He was deceived. Betrayed.
Hold it.
It's possible the Argus left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Sorry, but I had the forensic team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Polino and Mr. Cochin. Curses! I should have known that the Yadagarsu would have been so careless. But there must be some sort of evidence that we still have yet to find. Well, she wears gloves! Take you have no further objections? Let's do all of them. It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. But I was able to go through the revolving door myself, too. So that should be proof enough, even for you, pal. It looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned. Youch! Talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal. Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one. But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used, but not who used it.
Hold it.
So you can prove that the Yadagarsu was the one who used the fireplace. That's right. Well, do you have any? Can you prove that it wasn't the Yadagarsu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection!
Hold it.
Here, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry, but I just couldn't help it. Well, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. You may have some wiggle room. Without any evidence, it's meaningless.
Hold it.
So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yadagarsu's key and the document detailing the smuggling operation. We still haven't found the blade that belongs to the bladeless knife handle yet. Hi, you see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. So she has nothing else to find, right? Wow, Agent really sticks up for his people. Not the scroll. Lingji says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too. That's a rather large family for you to have. You remember the birthday of his younger brother's wife's younger brother. That's too deep. That's too deep, dude. That's far too deep. Yes, but as we all know, there's always one black sheep in any family. And though it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have proof that the Yadagarsu used the fire passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then what are you going to do? There's no need to worry, because there is a loophole Interpol agent argument we can exploit first. There's one thing I do know, that someone tried to hide it from us. Wait. We gotta save. You found out a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. I'm trying to figure out this puzzle. I think it's gotta be either the Alabastian knife or the Babyliss knife. Because she's saying, we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. It's Pikachu? Maybe. It's quite possible, but was this carried across country lines? I'm really not sure.
Objection!
It's not this. It's not this. It's not this. Okay, shh. Not save. We need to... She might have tampered with that. Maybe the blade handle? It might be the blade handle, because she might have taken the evidence.
Objection!
No! Damn it! I need to see what he says about the blade handle again. I want to see what he's trying to tell me. She might have tampered with evidence.
Hold it!
We still haven't found the blade that belongs to Babyliss knife handle yet. Okay. Skip all this. I want to see what Edgeworth says. So, do you actually have proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. Then, what are we gonna do? There's no need to worry, because there's a loophole in this Interpol agent's argument we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babyliss investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that it was Agent Shina in charge. It's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. Piece of evidence that we found, if there's one thing I do know, is that someone tried to hide it from us.
Hold it!
No, that's damn it. I wanted to look at my evidence to see something. If it's not the two knives. Yeah. Oh my gosh, this one is long! Present! However, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. We found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Doc relates to smuggling in Babyliss Inc. It appears to point to Mr. Cochin. Single stab into the base of the neck. Body wasn't badly burnt by the fire. Yatagarasu sold this from the embassy 7 years ago.
Objection!
No! Then could it be the body with the key on it? If it's none of that, I think either I have to check all of the statements, I don't know if I did, or it's some other statement.
Hold it!
So Interpol is finished examining the entire Babyliss embassy, yes. The investigators, who aren't allowed into Alabas, were incredibly helpful. They all put in a great effort to search for any signs of the Yatagarasu. And despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochin's, correct? I didn't notice the ash there in the fireplace of that room, and for that I am sorry. We had checked it out. You don't need to apologize, Shina. As your about your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. You know, maybe this guy is not such a bad guy after all. He apologized for his subordinates and everything. What a great boss. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my subordinates? Kind of, no? No, nothing of the sort, sir. You're someone I really respect, sir. Even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. There's only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Yes! Holy shit, dude, unclench! Anyway, Shina, if you didn't find anything in Mr. Cochin's office, right? That's right, we finished our investigation.
Hold it.
Okay, yeah, we saw this one.
Hold it. Hold it.
Okay, we saw this one with the fingerprints. So there is a piece of evidence I have to present.
Objection.
Dang, okay, so it's not this either. Spilled Babley's ink onto back wall while burning files in fireplace.
Objection.
Dang, okay, I thought that might work, but since we got new stuff from the Babley side, how would she try to hide evidence? Would it wouldn't be the picture, would it? This one is a little bit more annoying. I can see it now. I can feel it now. We found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Found in the open air stage, tar pick. Well, I'm really not sure. So then who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. But you can't really call that proof that the Yadagarsa used the fireplace, can you? So then who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. We found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's room. Was this something that's not in his room? They said something about tampered evidence and the blade, but none of these weapons worked. And I'm not sure. We found... Okay, wait, see. So then who was the... So we need to find someone who used the rotating wall and prove that it was the Yatagarasu. Photo taken after the first fire on the 4th and 5th floor that had taken place. And this can't be it, because this doesn't make any sense. Good looking wire that was found wound up inside the Babel grandfather's clock. Bill babbling on the back wall while burning files in fireplace left ash. No! Is it this?
Objection!
Really? Oh, gosh! Brutal, man! Well, you say that you and your agents have finished your thorough investigation. Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? I overlooked everything! Well, are you full of yourself, standing there insulting Interpol agents? You better not be insulting that, insinuating that I meant are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I never did that, however, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I overlooked it! Fair! I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? A length of wire? I'll tell you what, we found this in the Babbly's embassy not long ago. What? We found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found what? At the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder? But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other important thing. There's more? Mr. Cochin's office. There were signs that someone had been burning counterfeit bills there. What in the? Aye! That evidence was something you found out through the girl's machine, right? So what if it was? That's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see, there was nothing in the office, anything you could call evidence anyway. I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, or that I was pointing out that your investigation was incompetent, or incomplete, and that throws doubt into your purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent China, and it's not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor was because the person knew there would be no other agents on that floor. Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent China was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one location that no one has yet to inspect. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. Shit. Open air stage?
Take that!
Okay, so that's wrong. Hallway. Elevator?
Take that!
No, it's not the elevator. I wasn't sure. It's not the elevator. Is it the fireplace?
Take that!
There it is. Location Agent Shina is, of course, the room you claim to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Kochi's office warrants a thorough investigation. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out the room next to the office. We didn't get to check it out either! Illegal! Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think Miss Shina's the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. And I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatagarasu is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he'll find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science? It wasn't that mentally taxing. I made him use the same escape route as the Yadagarasu. And what did you find by doing that? First, that is possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. See, that's what I said! Second, that by going through it there, his coat was covered in ash and Babbly's ink, meaning it would be dirty. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. Ah, but is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Oh, so what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found a coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing after was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Shina, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Aww. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now? So you're saying they're yours, you're confirming they're yours! These items the detective brought back are incredibly significant. She's done for confirming they're hers. I request that they be allowed to examine them. She would have just said, I thought they belonged to someone at the embassy. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
Objection!
I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. If you wish to deny me access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say, let them look at your stuff, Shina. Lang? Shina, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good, now let us begin. So which of the Agent Shina's belongings are you going to examine, sir? First, the coat. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. Agent Shina, the Yadagarasu that Kay saw was wearing a coat. And I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. No, you have it wrong. That stain probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. What about the dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I don't realize the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of drip that got on my coat when I went to the fireplace. Burn it! Your orders ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. Well, for one, they could analyze the dirt and the fireplace contents at a lab and prove that it is the same dirt invocation. That's something that they can do. Or you can just burn it and prove that it's the Babbly's ink, which doesn't export anywhere else, so it's not even just get it anywhere. And someone recently spilled it and it's there. You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Huh? Me, sir? What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. This is too decisive! I've been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved the coat that going through the fireplace would sully the coat. I don't quite what you're saying, but I'm happy to praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show the dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh, and do you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that's sullied the hem of this coat.
Take that!
Babbly's ink? Yes, this is what you will prove the coat went through the fireplace. According to Ambassador Polino, he burned some files in the fireplace that morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink in the back wall of the fireplace at the time. Is she stupid? If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be the Babbly's ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to clip one of your wings, Yadagarasu, but we're not finished yet. Well, you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babbly's ink on the coat hem. Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that this is the ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. Again, they could just do an analysis of the two substances and prove that it is. Burn it. We can find out whether this is Babbly's ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that this is Babbly's ink? Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now that the dark substance is. You're not sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut a bit of your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anywhere anyway. Now, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. Then if you could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. Burn it, baby! The flame! It's the same color as the flame. What was that made of that it burned so quick? I thought it was leather! Leather wouldn't burn like that! Oh my gosh! It was so highly flammable! It's the same color as the flames white crystal oil produces, which means Babbly's ink is a product of white crystal oil. And when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. Miss Shina, you're the fake Yatagarasu. The one who killed my father. It's about time you came clean, Agent Shina, or should I say... Oh, here it is! Callisto, you! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. You're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? Callisto, you. I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney who killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I'm this Callisto, you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry. I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto Yu? I do. It's something the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us to the last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, okay? For we have finally come to the end. She couldn't change her perfume? Is she a dumb bitch? This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto Yu. It will? Because she's too stupid to use a different perfume? Cass preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this little bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Now this means that a few of her it's fingerprints, my bad, are on there as well. This is the bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Brian Faraday, that if stored in the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Shina, will you submit yourself to fingerprint tests? Well, she's a detective. She wouldn't need to submit herself. Her fingerprints would be on file. She's Interpol! Her fingerprints are on file! We wouldn't even need to fingerprint her! Oh, she finally snapped. But it's still the middle. It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto. You! So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than the time 7 years ago. Shina, Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you're a spy all along? A mole sent by the smuggling I've been chasing after? Someone who's been feeding that intel on Interpol all this time? Very good! Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you. The one who killed my father 7 years ago. Oh, I bet there is. You're her, are you? The fake Yatagarasu! We're still only in the middle. That's right, Callisto, you. That's just one of my many names. But even that's just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Considering this time you won't escape, this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu gadgets, I might have never known who you were. Well, here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty. Oh, shit! Kay! You let Kay go right now, pal! You despicable! Let go of me, you filthy, ugh! You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible. My father was the one who created Little Thief. Hey, Edgeworth. The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? Because there's 3 of them! Let's see, there are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be. Do you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... neither person. It's neither Brian Faraday nor Callista Yu, but by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you! No way! The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth! No, I refuse to believe this! Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Little Thief. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of criminal organization or corporations. Skill number 2. Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3. Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind ever. Is it bad? Is it bad? Yes! It's bad! Detective Bad! He was only a natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. He is the lead detective on the case, hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu? You! I've been looking for you for a long time, 7 long years, but I finally found you. Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you're such a great team, why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why indeed? It's only nothing. It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How could you say that? I grew wary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time I won't miss. Stop! You! Kay! It's over, Shina. He got shot in the leg! Hardcore! Agent Leg! You idiot! What are you thinking in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. He's an idiot. As long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that. That's fine with me. You should know that by now that this is just how I am. Hey sis, yes? I need to conduct a full body search. Shina might have another weapon on her. Alright. Seem definitely isn't afraid to show red blood, unlike Persona or something. No, they should make it pink! It needs to be pink. It's illegal for it to be red. I'm sorry. Sir. Hey, I found something. Is it... Hey, we found it! What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, detective. Huh? Is it, sir? Let's try pairing this blade with its handle.
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that is on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly! This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm going to return this to Babley's knife now. Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Polino. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it. Callisto, you. For the only time the handles could have been switched was just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer! You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabastian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Babyliss knife with you. Later, you largely spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and you went back to accuse her of murder. Does that sum it up?
Objection.
You crafted an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are 2 problems with it. Problems! In what respect? Do you think my real reason was allowing her to chase after me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday? What? When I saw you using the evidence at Gatewater Land, I knew right away. that you were Brian Faraday's daughter. Ah, I became curious, so I researched a little into your background, and that's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Coach's murder on me. Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight. So I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another goal? Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I had planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. It's a lot. I mean, again, I'm still, if we go save really quick, I'm still just on the middle! How? You're going to take little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to the device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday? You, that incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There was no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very start. From the beginning? What was that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring isn't Mr. Koshin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings? Are you not asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. You're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Shina? I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babylese embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. But that was what the smuggling ring was trying to do? But then, why start 2 fires? Sorry, but I can't really tell you anything about the ring. It's your turn to complete your investigation, after all. I've had my fun, now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Holy shit, dude! Wait, I mean Miss Shina. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell to my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought maybe, well, that I might return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot Edgeworth. What was the second problem I had with your story? I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that I was a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lang? Mark my words, I'm not done here. I'll be back. It's got nothing to do with duty or anything because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I will show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. The next save point better be ladder or I will scream. It's finally over, okay? I feel like I peered into her heart a little, you know? It's so cold and dark and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. The person, the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold onto these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jam and Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take care of them for you. It's gotta be Polano. It's absolutely Polano. He'd be the one to switch it, so it'd be an Alabasti knife. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Dirt on the tips. I guess it's the time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. The dawn of a genie. Thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone else, or everyone all these years. Tete bad. Don't tell me today was the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did. We solved everything. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring you, Yatagarasu, were chasing after. The legend of the Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Let the man retire! It's really true, Uncle Bad. Were you also part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, okay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just taking my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad, wait. You are no longer detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you. Was he the guy at the KG8 incident? Yeah, it was him. These are the pages from the KG8 files that the Yadagarsu stole from my office. What? What? From the prologue! It was him! Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. So the Yadagarsu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, that means what? Tell me it's not true! That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's all coming full circle! It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG incident, it was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtyard, Faraday as the prosecutor and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You as the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we went through. Or that's what we thought at the time. That's how we formed the Yadagarsu, and vowed to bring the light and dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group, Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Yadagarsu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings, and as a warning to the business world as a whole, by doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we finally find out the ringleader's true identity. It was that you literally stabbed us in the heart. Mr. Faraday, he died for it. Because she was a smuggler the whole time. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past. And that's when I found out... Wait. That she was a phony! The victim of the KG incident, CCU? She never had a sister! What then that means? She lied about who she was. She now wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto Yu was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, the woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file. Please use it wisely. Trump card? The photo that we stuck on there, try peeling it off! Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. The mark of the Yadagarsu, but why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kochin had on him at the time of the KG incident, 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, CCU. Why is this card adorned with the mark of the Yadagarsu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yadagarsu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's bosses used. Apparently orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze! It's Polano! Assuming the cards were written in Babyloese ink. Are they stupid? Never! Why use an ink that's easily traceable? Are they dumb? Use the most generic ink you can find, idiots! The fact that the card that Kochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all. And it's nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we'd send a card along with it to the police. That's what made those white. That's what those white cards were. The think they used the mark that only those from the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG8 incident, Faraday had this on his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence. It's a tape! But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano! And they just arrested Amano! He had locked and hidden away for all this time. We forced him to tell us where it was finally after the other day's kidnapping case. This video. Don't come any closer, I'm warning you! This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. From all that time ago! Yes, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday. And the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. And that card is not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directive card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. Two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is, whether you use them or not, is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Like an ambassador! An ambassador is above the law in the country you're in! Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad? There is no limit to the law, it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that, even now. You really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Bad is one of my favorites. Bad is great! This is amazing! Now the mystery intruder is making a lot more sense in Edgeworth's office. Yeah, he was giving me a hint by shooting the sign, because he knew what Portsman was looking for. So he's like, hey look, this is where he was, he couldn't find it. Or maybe he looked in the wrong spot, you know, it's like he was telling him. He was helping the whole time. Now the detective gumshoe the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Pops. Don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you. Do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir! Brutal! Is this really the end of a legend? And we still gotta take on the ambassador. Okay, finally we got to ladder! Ah! Now we know who the Yatagarasu really is. And yet that remains much of the case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. Two countries have incredibly strict security systems and security procedures. It's incredibly complex with all this politics. Sort of miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Because they threw them. They threw them from the 4th floor to the other side, and then they ran over there and they did all that stuff. Smuggling them in. We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. We saw the smuggling! We're gonna have to interview Lotta Hart. This is when the stuff was smuggled. Right here. We gotta know what that whole thing means. Before I do it, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Hey, there's a VCR here. Now we can see what's on the tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG incident hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this was related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. What does it say? Manny Cochin. With the Yatagarasu thing and the knife. It's Manny Cochin! And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, can actually read the summary file on the KG incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. This footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence for a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with this case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. Oh, This car! There's something we cannot overlook! Why's that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. Diplomatic plates. Oh. This is the national flag of the Principality of Cadopia. And because it's the national flag on it, we know this is the official government car. But the question should be asking ourselves is, what was the government car doing here? Ah, Miss Von Karm at Mr. Edgeworth? So you were there all this time. Ambassador Alba. Thank you very much for continuing the investigation even at this time of night. No, it's gotta be him. 10 years ago, he would have looked a lot different. The other guy just became an ambassador. He was ambassador around the same time. It's him. Yeah. It's gotta be him. Because 10 years ago in Cadofia, they would have been one location, meaning they would have had access to the ink. If only I was even a bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I'm truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot, Corvus. You couldn't chase after a simple thief. It's him. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me? I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we were in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. Can't exactly have the police. And he was about to become the ambassador that brokered peace and brought them back together. So we can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. Let's see, we must finish our investigation. Why don't we leave the rest of the Albastian and Babylese police? Ambassador, we are so close, just a little more, and... Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true, however, we can't proceed on the Alabastian side. We can proceed on the Basilian side, or the Babylonian side. Because he doesn't control that side of the embassy, they never reunited! Get fucked! As he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil, in which case, we are nothing but foreigners on their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way. Yo. Agent Lang. What are you doing on the scene? If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way, I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. And now he's laughing. Does he get it too? Hey, Master Alba, I get it now. I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is this. I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. Really now? You know? The killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Kohyun's killer. That was all Shina. But she said she didn't kill anybody. Langji says, the truth lies not in the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. Truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Masked and Mask's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Francisca... Von Karma? What?! I was the killer?! Hey, wait, but that's impossible! Yeah! Although, the whip is actually quite- Yo! Hold your tongue at that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. He insists. I've heard that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. Ready for something crazy? I don't know if I can handle more crazy right now, man! It's getting to be a bit much! He called you into an office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabasta and Babel, did you not? Where's your evidence that I'm the killer? I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Wait, I'm about 7 hours into Digimon Time Tuner and you just get the title card to pop up? Ooh. What does that say for the length of the game? I feel like when the title card is later in the game, you know you're in for a really long ride. Like, you're about to get fucked up. That seems like the only fair answer. Let's see, Ambassador Alba ordered for me to bring this case to close. I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good. Then let's move out. I don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will keep a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. We know it's not Francisca, but what's his argument? Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. I expect that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck in the air like that. Urgh. Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join too. I still haven't seen what it looks like on the Alabasta side yet. If you like Kitty in there, you gotta let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can say her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. So this is gonna get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. So I spent me 3 hours training my ass off on hard mode as a bitch, but still 4 hours to reach the screen. That's longer than Final Fantasy 16. That's dedication to a narrative, I will say. Respect to them. I wonder how much more the game has after that. Like, okay, get to the title screen. Are we looking at 80 hours? That seems like an 80-hour situation. That's gonna be a beefy game. Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Cohen's body was found over in the Secretet's office in Babel. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabasta's ornamental knives. And in the body of Master Mass 2, Mr. Kashinu was found here in the Alabastine ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Puridu statue, and that this is actually Babel's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there was no one else who could have pulled this off. Agent Lane, do you understand the full implications of what you're saying? Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. Because she's a prosecutor, so he's saying she fabricated evidence. And so while people were distracted by the Adagarsu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's what you two ran into each other. You and the other thief, who took advantage of the confusion from the fire. If all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry. I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken weapons across county lines. He grabbed the whip! He grabbed the whip! Hey now! Look, sis, I thought I already told you, I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Shina certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring could not be deeper than any of us can imagine. Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Francisca, you need to calm down. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastine side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I'm taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapon as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Mask 2. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't figure out who it is, then it will mean the end of the investigation. As long as I have... Oh, wait. It's going too quick. The best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Border crossing weapons. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Koshian. And the murder weapon in the killing of Mask 2 is Babel's primitive stat. Bro, I'm getting so confused already. There are so many elements and moving parts to this game. Holy shit. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. Holy shit. So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisco will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? Yeah. I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've heard from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? I'm focusing too intently on that which is in front of us. We become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Agent Lang Ji never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor. Who do you think you're speaking about Lang Ji's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will ever need to see the truth. The truth, Mr. Fenris. Say that. Interesting. We're still on the videotape's testimony. I guess we haven't gotten that far just yet. I'm gonna run the rest really quick. We'll cross-examine the witness. Miss Jeannie, there you are. What are you doing there, Miss Jeannie? There's too much on my floor. I gotta clean up. Bye, Jeannie. I think...
Hold it!
I think... Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth. The sister was in Alabast when the Yadagarasu showed. And then just before you guys found Mr. Koshian's body, she entered Babel. Babel? I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife to Babel. And how do you explain the primitive statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things that cross the border are the primitive statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items Agent Lang. No, wait! Is he stupid? No, dang it! I needed to present. He forgot.
Objection!
The Steel Samurai also crossed lines! Shh. How do I prove that, though? I have the Jammin' Ninja pick. Interestingly, we still have Larry's bent staff. Hair sticks with a candy stripe pattern on them. There was some dirt on the tips. About the dirt. Yeah, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on you. There's dirt on here. Oh my goodness. It's totally ruined the beauty of this hair stick. I suppose. Why is there dirt stick on the end of this hair stick in the first place? Goodness. The design of these things are rather eccentric for a hair stick. Really? Well, if they're that strange, then maybe... Well, what should I do with them? I have to say, these are by far the most bizarre hair sticks I've ever seen. Case K, there's something I've been meaning to ask. How exactly do you stick that hair stick of yours into your hair like that? That's a secret. Curiouser and curiouser. I was hoping we had a picture of, the samurais. We don't, which is real unfortunate. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. No? But how do I prove it? Two countries share this building with borders. I was hoping we might have an event log for the night.
Objection!
Okay, no, that's not it. Because wasn't the whole reason for this event to be able to have the Steel Samurai and the Jammin' Ninja go from one location to another as ambassadors? And then that's why they were supposed to get a picture? Isn't that what was supposed to happen?
Objection!
See, because that's... I don't think I have evidence for that, though. Oh, wait, no, this is it! This is it! Both countries have a primitive statue, which are the national treasure of each country. They are also possess a set of 3 finely crafted knives. Dang it, no, I thought this would have a thing for the night. Because this doesn't mean anything. This isn't anything. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. Hi, pretty kitty. But no, see, we got the autograph. We saw him come from Babel, go into Alabas. We saw the Steel Samurai and the Iron Infant do just that. So the guards were just wrong. They weren't thinking of the celebrities because that's for the event. They were thinking of anyone weird. Anyone not technically a part of the event. But how do I prove that?
Objection!
No, that's not it. I forgot to save. Jamie! Because, I mean, they're just wrong. But maybe I'm getting too caught up with that. Maybe I need to press everything first. And then it'll give me some new information. Let's try that.
Objection!
I'm trying to use all my Phoenix Wright skills. Every single one I have.
Hold it!
I concur that this knife crossed over country lines. Good, but that is not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget that the other weapon, the knife, was only one.
Hold it!
So you're saying that the primitive statue was also read over by Francisca. Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense.
Hold it!
How exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe, but these are the only thing I know for sure.
Hold it!
Impenetrable? I should hardly think so.
Back.
You seem to top the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world would cross over that? Yeah, not even I can climb over that thing with all the barbed wire. The only way into the embassy is through the doors, into the theater and trellis. So the only way for the knife and the primitive statue to traverse the two countries is through those security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. Wait! Wait!
Objection!
No!
Knuckle back.
I'll take the hit. I deserve that one. But that should have worked, I will say. Wait, no, I got it! I got it! It was staring me in the face! Can I use it, though? No, we don't have the picture! Is it the hair sticks? The fire at the Babbly's embassy occurred during the Jam and Ninja show. The fire occurred on the 4th and 5th floors, and it took place in the end of the show. Took to the end of the show to put out the fire. Second fire at the Babbly's embassy occurred after the Jam and Ninja show. Fire occurred on the 3rd floor, and Mr. Coach's office was caught on fire after this. It doesn't tell me anything. I can't present any of these guys. Oh wait, that's him? Huh. Not who I thought he looked like. Okay. I didn't know he had a face. Because I can't present the picture in the back that shows the ambassador shaking hands with the steel samurai. It's fake. Body burnt. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The murder weapon in the killing of Master Mass 2 is Babel's primitive statue. One of the alabaster knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Koshian. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. See, the contradiction is here. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. We have to cast suspicion on someone else? Who else could have been traversing during those crime times?
Objection!
We can't cast suspicion on ourselves. Bro, this sucks. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. I can't cast suspicious on hit. Mass note? This wouldn't be it.
Objection!
No! Of course it wouldn't be it. I don't want to just keep trying evidence, but I don't know what he wants. Because I think, oh, here's something written in Manny Cohen's handwriting, but that's not it. I don't have enough logic! I can't present profiles. Okay, it can't be the javelin or the samurai dogs. It might be the pick. I don't know if it'd be the statues. It wouldn't be the passion flowers. Oh! I figured out the sticks! I figured it out! They're not hair sticks! They're flower supports! And it looks like there's two missing. So that more explains these somehow. I think? They were working together. Because the wire was on Babel and the hair sticks belong to Alba. Because they're just plant supports. I mean, okay, that's great. Doesn't help me. Because I know this photo of Yadagarsu connects with the passion flowers, connects with the hair sticks, connects with the wire. All of those connect. Probably connects with the fire, too. But then how do I get there? And of course the Jammin' Ninja's involved? What happened to the Jammin' Ninja? Where's he?
Objection!
No, okay, I want to try. I haven't seen the Jammin' Ninja the whole time. It was such a red herring. They call it a hair stick. It's not a hair stick. See, I figured all that out. I'm observant. I just don't know how they want me to go about it. Fuck, I don't know.
Objection!
I'm just gonna be trying evidence at this point. Because it's not time to use the videotape. I knew I'd get stuck. The last one was so easy. It was so I feel so stupid. Like, I can't figure it out. I just don't know what they want. It's not, though. But what piece of evidence do you want from me? I have tried so many things.
Objection!
It's not the samurai dogs! What do they want? Please, game. Just tell me what you want. If I try a couple more things and it doesn't work, I'm just gonna look it up because I'm going crazy. Shut up. I know, I'm trying to finish this as quickly as I can. I forgot to charge my controllers. Ah! I really don't know. I truly, with everything in my soul, cannot figure out what they want from me. Come on, duck, duck, go. It's just you and me, baby. Miles, Edgeworth. Case 5. Ladder. Video. Testimony. Okay. Turnabout ablaze. Let's see, middle part 3. There's a last investigation. Oh my gosh, there's so much left. There's so much left to it. Okay, so I need... We're barely in border crossing weapons. Is it the picture? I thought I used the picture. I could not figure out what they wanted. I was driving myself crazy. I only look things up if I desperately need it. If I have no fucking other choice. Let's see. This is not gonna help me. Turnabout ablaze. Movements in Alabast. Present Babel's primitive statue or Alabast's primitive statue on the third statement. Okay. No problem. It's saying. The internet is saying.
Objection!
Holy fuck! Fuck that statue! So sick of seeing its smug ass face. Ah! Okay. Agent Lang! Those 2 items are not the only 2 to cross the border tonight. Oh. Master S2 was killed with Babel's primitive statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's primitive statue to go? To Babel! Holy shit. The fucking statues, dude! First, there's always one. There's always one question that is such a pain in the ass. Everything after that just falls into place. There's one question that I always agonize over because I can't figure it out. It's just one fucking question and I'm here. And I'm like struggling for like 15 fucking minutes trying to figure it out. 20 minutes trying to figure it out. And I just have to look it up. And it's the stupidest shit ever. And if the 2 statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so, but what do you want? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. It's the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babel is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the 2 countries? There's definitely another person, one who made a visit to both sides of the wall. Yadagarasu.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, and along with the security camera footage, you're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
But suppose there was some other way than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entry that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I pointed out, it would open a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes possibility. It looks like we got some clear idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine, then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. See? Okay, now that we figure out the statue part, everything just falls into place. It's totally fine. Holy shit, dude. Just that one piece of evidence. That supernatural photo, like I said before, give me Lotta Heart, man. Bring Lotta Heart in! Bring her in! Put her in the game! Humans can't fly! No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I wouldn't allow you to take back what you said either. What did I say? I shall say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. If you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. I figured it out. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air that night? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well, you will have your explanation. It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it! The face hidden within this photo's blurry trail shadow is...
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the primitive statue replica. You can't be serious. The Adagars, or rather Castillo Yu, dressed as Agent Shinna, was inside Babel. You dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very critical bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air? And how exactly did she do that? He is literally baring his fangs at me. She did it for her boss, Alba. He has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, I won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba was to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Francisco was called here, right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer the question, I will need to hear testimony from Miss Von Karma. And Von Karma's gonna be a witness! Just like the judge. This is gonna be so good. What are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Miss Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. Hey, Jamie! Come here! Jaina! Come here! No, no! Jaina, come! Jaina! Come! Come on! Come! Come on, Jeannie! Oh, you're so big! She listened! Oh, okay. And that's for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that earlier. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too! I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I'd like to hear about it from you. Ugh. Francisca, I feel I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright, so, what would you like to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest fast as you can howl no! As you wish. Moments in Alabast. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back to the Ambassador Alba in his office. Francisca, I want to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. Let's see. What do they want me to ask? After I saw the sealed samurai off on his way toward the ambassador's office. So you were in the theater as well? Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching the stage show. Yes, I was. So Francisca was there. Well, after the show was over, I saw the Steel Samurai off.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for an event, for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatagarasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Yatagarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Ah! Calm down, Francisca! She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure it out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter.
Hold it!
At that time, Master M's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. A criminal will say anything to get out of being arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, you need proof? I'll be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box in the windowsill, watering his plants. I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady. It's the plant! He used the plant to pretend he was here. He wasn't here! He's a crook! See, I remember speaking with the lovely lady around the time here in my office. Alright then. Add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How do you know that Ambassador Alba is watering his plants in the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side, however, the window is on the opposite side. If you say it's true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He wouldn't have been blocking the view of what he was doing, isn't that correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But unfortunately for Ambassador Alba, it is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. It was only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He'd obtained them himself, and is growing them with the utmost care. You know. Yes, the plants in this room, they are all like my children. Passion flowers in this flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. All 4 of them are in full bloom! Miss Von Karma, what did you just say now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about the statement do you not understand? I'd like for you to append the statement of yours in your testimony. Very well. See, it all falls into place! Francisca, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis. Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like that? Yeah, sir. If you keep this up, she's going to get taken away, sir. Eek! All I'm going to state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important in this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine the flower box. How does the contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers! I've grown them with the utmost care! So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious nook and cranny. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 to me here. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lies fail you. Why would you lie about the number, though, dumbass? Miles Edgeworth? Hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Show evidence. Oh, you do you? Do you have such confidence in that face of your current plight? But I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence.
Take that!
Shina, who was supposedly embattled the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are actually support sticks for passion flowers. Hey, so what? Is this really all that important in this case? Of course it is! It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Ayah! Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Shina's hands, who was in Babel the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Ugh. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babel. How did these support sticks find their way to Babel, and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up here. So that's why. Agent Lang, if you could please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support stick is what is important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. The object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... Is it the crossbow?
Eureka!
That's a crossbow! Wait! You're not really suggesting I am. These hair sticks are rather plant support sticks. They make for perfect arrows. Aye! I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to become completely untangled. Even to the arrows, what does it explain about the statues being transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold on a sec. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all! Okay, wrap border crossing part 2 solid. So Babel's statue was draped in the Yadagarasu's clothes and then shot over here. Even if you fire the arrows from the side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues don't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The primitive statues didn't sprout wings? Of course they didn't. I'm glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of the crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary for this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird in the wind. Who knew statue flew, but not on a wing? Lend me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Oh, gee. Okay, so this is where we show the wire. Okay, that's not the right place to use it. We might need to press first. I just thought it might work. Sometimes it does where you just use the evidence right away. But sometimes you need to, like, catch the lie first and then use it on that press.
Hold it!
Statue didn't need wings to fly. Then how would you explain things? I'm almost looking forward to whatever fantastic explanation you come up with.
Hold it!
But we were in agreement that the arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily the truth. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow could launch that can be used to move statues. Now it's the wire!
Objection!
Got it. Finally. Finally, we have reached the point in our discussion. I present you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot to Mr. Koshin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastine Embassy. Down to the 3rd floor of the Bayhalese Embassy. If you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabast's primitive statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to 3rd floor. But then, what about Babel's primitive statue? The dark shadow in the photo is clearly flying away from Babel. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babelese Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabast Embassy. How do you explain that? Aha, I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Either the motion used behind this trick, I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? It's a pulley system! Rotary motion. I believe it was done via rotary motion. Two statues had transported simultaneously. Simultaneously? Get real! The statue would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there were only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of the wire tied to it, it would create a circular belt. Langshi says, don't object and call success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires, top one would sag too much to the point where the statue would collide anyway. Agent Lang, as you know, the primitive statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. The fact that Babel's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Like she says, woo! Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the room by shooting the second end of the wire down on arrow 1. The two then covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was complete, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babel, where it was disposed of. To that, Miss Yu hid inside the grandfather clock. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? But I'm not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, I don't like the, I don't like the Jell-O pudding. Do you think you could do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis should remain just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact. Right, the Jell-O brand pudding? Something about it is really gross. Well then, let's see, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of the length of wire, I believe it is right here in this very room. Now that I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible.
Take that!
The circular belt method was made possible thanks to this part of the room. Was I wrong? Was it the fan?
Take that!
Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece of the trick are two pulleys. Precisely, the ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. Thanks to the fact there is one installed on each of the offices. Ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. Ah! Urgh! This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large, complex, and strange show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Babyliss offices, and that the Passion Flower sports sticks could be used as arrows. The real master behind the case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you cannot say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now but to rush in. There is one piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious person is.
Take that! Not so fast!
Is that not it? The person who can concentrated the trick used to smuggle the statue. I should already have the piece of evidence that shows who that is. Trump card? Is it my trump card?
Not so fast!
No. Is it the flowers themselves? I'm going crazy, man. It should be so obvious. The person who concocted the trick. Wait. I should already have the piece of evidence that shows who that is. I just have to present it, no matter what the cost is. There's a piece of evidence that points us to who the mastermind is.
Take that! Not so fast!
No, it's not the handwriting. So it's not the handwriting, it's not the card, it's not the videotape. It wouldn't be like the spear or anything. Who concocted the trick to use to smuggle the statues? So who created the pulley system?
Take that!
The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. It was planted so long ago the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited the room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells that the person was a very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Kirkus Alba. An ambassador. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I'm sure that he is the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all the stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? One thing, one single end result Ambassador will sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe it will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. No, damn it. I keep guessing the wrong thing. I thought that was it. Ageling is correct. Most of the evidence has already undergone intense scrutiny. However, there is one piece that has only been partially checked. Feature size of the heart of the smuggling is what I should present. What piece?
Take that! Not so fast!
They haven't looked at it though. They haven't looked at the trump card. Okay, it must be later. It must be later. So what could it be about the arrows? The sticks themselves? Is that it? Because they were overlooked? That's gotta be the sticks themselves. It's gotta be.
Take that! Not so fast!
Nope, not the sticks. What piece has been overlooked? Would it be the documents? Would it be the statues? The replica? We haven't had much chance to look at the replica. We just looked at the base one. Is there something in the replica? Used to be real, but has been swapped with a fake run.
Take that!
Yes! I would fully understand the reasoning behind had the situation been reversed. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real primitive statue with the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action, because it's hollow! Who better to ask for a reason than King Primidu himself? I see. Ambassador will be examining the statue now, with or without your permission. These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babel. So it was smuggled from Babel to Alabes, right? Why was there a need to smuggle it in? It's really subtle, I see. By the way, there's a flower on it. Is there also a butterfly? Yo? With his sword drawn like that, there's an aura of valor and bravery around King Primidu. He looks so cool standing like that with his sword stuck in the ground in front of him. Maybe I should try and come up with some cool pose, like with a shuriken or something. Am I seriously beginning to think that her real goal in life is to become a ninja? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, there wasn't anything particularly odd about the statue, right? No, not really. I suppose we should examine a different area of the statue now. A shield, huh? There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. But it's supposed to mean that the guys are protecting something. I don't think it's supposed to have that deep of a meaning behind it. In that case, what are we wasting time for? Let's look for another area. Is it the head? This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. All right, here we go. The plates! The smuggling plates! It really opened up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? Huh? I believe I believe a more thorough examination of this is required. What the? Is this? Hey! Is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills! Somehow, it appears that we at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates that we couldn't find before! And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabas is to begin with. To hide the evidence! The Primitive statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretary. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances made the statue an ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Shinnah, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Master Mask 2. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Master Mask 2 and... Then in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba, you're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country's a mess, and it's all because of you? You're the one who killed Master Mass too? Answer us! I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, this one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Kochi. Quit screwing around. I know something for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you are the real ringleader, Hucus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but and is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think you can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you? Howl? Oh, he snapped back to reality out here. It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the real reason I came back is so that I could stick my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't even put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this was the whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. Matching the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't go in to take another look around. So that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain his entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have been okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility to help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving us such a great opening, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow, if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. His special brand of logic? The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that, but one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. You're quite scared when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who planned to use me to push all the guilt onto Sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what it is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring. Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. But he's an ambassador. He doesn't have to do shit! Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside the statue. You stopped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make any sense? Where does it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make any sense? Because it doesn't matter, because they were both going to claim that they couldn't determine which one was real, and that they were neutral. So if he does that, he gets to keep the plates. It all works out. He gets something out of this. This is real. He really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. Proof that Interpol has been after, which points to the man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see if that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? Trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down, but the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a prosecutor of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, when Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary, the only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? He's questioning his whole self-worth! If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I lose all the truth. Just like that one case for Phoenix where he had to get his... He had to be a prosecutor! Oh my gosh. This is gonna be so good. Wait, what is the law? What is justice? Which path is the prosecutor supposed to follow? He's having his own crisis of faith, just like Phoenix did. Don't use it. I'm a prosecutor and I can't allow myself to use evidence that such as these. Mr. Wright, if you don't do something, Ambassador Alba's going to get away with it. I know, but... What are you holding back for? The only thing about Karma should pursue is the perfect proof. If you really do have what it takes to complete our argument, then there is absolutely no reason not to use it. Lang Shi says, the reason people judge people is because people are people. People aren't born to be chained to the law. Laws are born to protect the people. You're the only one here right now who can put this guy out to pasture. And that is the only way a second or third generation of Zhang Fa's people will be born. Can you really still hesitate knowing the fate of the nation rests in your hands? There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must show now. Okay, so we are gonna use it. Ambassador Alba, I was wondering if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what that is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin. Oh, so what do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. Wait, I'm gonna say it again. It's been a minute. The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know the card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident. The KG8 incidents? The card and the video, these two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man who has been free reign for 10 long years to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. So what is this interesting thing you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Fad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe? It's very solid so far. I don't know if this is the ending, though. Yes, sir? Let's see. So we got Manny Cohen here. Or Cochin. Yeah, I feel like we're nowhere close. It looks like we have N2, so ladder part 2 and ladder part 3. That's a lot. They always make the last case the longest case. So what you see here is security footage shot just before the KG murder occurred. In this footage we know that the card is in directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves the card was used to relay that in order.
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Cochin is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But the card, the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? Ah, but there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are, in fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. This dark red blood, yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in this terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of the footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building is an official Cadopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. Enhance! This area of the footage directly links to the smuggling ring with Cadofia.
Take that!
Oops.
Take that!
The shape of this pocket and the directive's card in it. It tells us that without a doubt this person in this car is Mr. Kokian. Urgh. License plate on the car was also captured with a security camera, and with it we can easily find out who was sitting in this car that day, 10 years ago. Oh yeah, there's a second group of hands. Urgh. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Urgh. And now he's laughing. There it is! There's a star! Oh, he was fibbing! You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. How so? You just made it easier to prove, dipshit. Principality of Cadopia no longer exists. But naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist. That arrogance, what he really means is he's already erased all traces of them. Are you finished here, boy? Look at him even fingering it with his little nasty finger. The only one I have left to me now is this piece of footage.
Take that!
What the? Ambassador Alba? Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Cadopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in success, correct? Why such backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Cadopia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person who could have been sitting in this car is you! How do you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clear the same exact medal is the one on your chest. What? What? Oh, he broke! Crack it up! This is how it will be. But I won't look back. For this is the path that I have chosen. He's still fingering it. You moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it? With a lot of you to come this far, it looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose this game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well, I decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. What the? Regarding the Damask 2 murder, I admitted I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was self-defense? It just shows that he can do all the stuff that we don't think he can do. He was trying to pretend to be a crippled old man. Oh no, I need a cane, I'm so weak. I could never do all of this. No. This dude's a beast. He's one of those old dudes that even into their 80s and 90s, they're still like, I don't know, bench pressing trees and shit. That's exactly what this dude is. He can do all of this. It must hurt to bend over that much, yeah. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one. It's the truth. Oh, you two really do know how to laugh at improper times. If you wish to claim it as justified self-defense, then you will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll prove it. That mark left on me where he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this proof is what it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But Master Mass 2 didn't have a single weapon on his body. Hold on, something to get worked up over because I hid the weapon. You hid it? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it is self-defense. I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am the ambassador. Well, no. You're the ambassador. You can do whatever the fuck you want in another country. I mean, not whatever. But you have a lot of ambassadorial protections. That's why it's so difficult to get an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears. Oh, it's covered in blood. He must be trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting on my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. No way! Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting? Unfortunately, all of this is my secretary doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Secretary? Who's your secretary? Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, I think in this case can be connected to you. Murder Mask 2 was done in self-defense? In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you have forgotten. And what is that? Ugh! That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that has to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just committed to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The job of people who have confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. Urgh. I've already confessed to all my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights were effective even in your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression, there's something like the face of someone who is ready to accept their consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you'll speak of so seriously? To me, these all have been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. LS has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game, so he could still get away and do counterfeiting and smuggling. He'll be basically free. These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Is there nothing we can do? I think there's 2 parts still left. This has gotten very intense. Let's save that. Ladder, he who is above the law. That's not what you want to see. We'll definitely finish this tomorrow, and we'll be able to start Borderlands 4 tomorrow. I very much want to nail this dude. He absolutely deserves it after everything we see. All the counterfeiting, basically destroying Zhang Fa with his fake currency. He's an asshole. He deserves it. I can't wait to see how... There's apparently a secretary. We didn't say he had a secretary before. We knew about Manny Kochian. They can't be the same guy. So is there another person we haven't met yet? There's a lot going on, and this is... I don't want to say one of the more complex cases, but there is a lot here that I was not anticipating, especially with the whole ambassadorial elements to it. I'm very excited to see how this ends. But thank you all so much for being here. I'll see you next time. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely rest of your day. Thank you so much. See you next time.